participants as you are about to learn and enjoy on the comfort of your home. To make this seminar amazing and productive, kindly follow these simple rules. Number 1. In line with the Data Privacy Act, we would like to inform you that this online training is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded as you are about to learn. Be on time. Be here 5 minutes before the online training starts. And productive. 3. Kindly turn off your microphones. If you would like to speak, click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. If recorded. Number 4. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat on time. Be here 5 minutes before the online training starts. 3. Kindly turn off your microphone. If you would like to speak, click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. If recorded. Number 4. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat on time. Be here 5 minutes before the training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. Number 4. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat on time. Be here 5 minutes before the training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. Number 4. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat on time. Be here 5 minutes before the training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. Number 4. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat on time. Be here 5 minutes before the training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. Number 4. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat on time. Be here 5 minutes before the training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. Number 5. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat on time. Be here 5 minutes before the training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat on time. Be here 5 minutes before the training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern.
Agri State University is considered as one of the oldest institutions of learning in the Western Visayas. It started as an intermediate school, formally opened in 1980. It became a secondary school in 1928 and a tertiary education institution in 1963. It was named the Agri State College of Agriculture or ASU in 1992. 7 years later, Agri State Institute institutions is considered as one of the oldest institutions of learning located in Visayas. It started in 2001 when President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo signed into law became a secondary school in 1913. The Aklan State College National Institution of Aklan State University. It was named the Aklan State College of Agriculture of ASCA in 1902. 7 years later, Aklan State Institution is considered as one of the oldest institutions of learning located in Visayas.
Humble beginnings as a rural farm school. Aklan State University has solidified its reputation as a prominent higher education institution in the country. Its past presidents. Aklan State University scaled the APEX as an academic pillar of excellence. Provides leading the lamps of the APEX as a rural farms communities, and the Aklan State University has solidified the COVID-19 pandemic threatened to stall the genes of the university country. But ASU continues to unleash its potential. Aklan State University scaled the APEX, banking on the strength of its existence. The Asia-Pacific region is going to be a tempestuous territory. We will sail through uncharted seas, wait out storms in the journey. But with all the men and women of Aklan State University as able sailors, and Dr. Emily M. Arangote at the helm, steering the boat, surely the horizon is clear and the shore within reach. ASU, let's row the boat together towards one direction to become a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region. At the helm, steering the boat.
Boracay, one of the world's best islands where you can enjoy the crystal clear blue waters and powdery white sea beach. But beyond the shores of Boracay, you will find a place where you can also enjoy exciting and delightfully scenic nature-based tourism activities. Welcome to mainland Malay, an ecotourism haven. From beach and hills to rivers and springs, crystal clear blue waters, name it, we have it. But beyond the shores of Boracay, you will find a place where you can also enjoy exciting and delightfully scenic tourism. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbongon Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the Cran, a secluded and peaceful place. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbongon Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the Cran, a secluded and peaceful place. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbongon Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the Cran, a secluded and peaceful place. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbongon Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the Cran, a secluded and peaceful place. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbongon Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the Cran, a secluded and peaceful place. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbongon Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the Cran, a secluded and peaceful place. First up, Bongbongon Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the Cran, a secluded and peaceful place. First up, Bongbongon Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the Cran.
Aklan State University is considered as one of the oldest institutions of learning in the Western Visayas. It started as an intermediate school formally opened in 1918. It became a secondary school in 1928 and a tertiary education institution in 1963. It was named the Aklan State College of Agriculture or ASCA in 1992. 7 years later, 4 institutions supervised by the Commission on Higher Education were integrated into ASCA. In 2001, then-President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo signed into law RA 1955, converting the Aklan State College of Agriculture into Aklan State University. With its 5 campuses, Banga, Kalibo, Washington, Makato, and Ibajay.
Rising from its humble beginnings as a rural farm school, Aklan State University has solidified its reputation as a prominent higher education institution in the country. Through the vision of its past presidents, Aklan State University scaled the apex as an academic pillar of excellence, improving the lives of the people, as a rural farms, communities, and the country. The COVID-19 pandemic threatened to stall the gains of the university. But ASU continues to unleash its potential. Aklan State University scaled the apex, banking on the strength of its resilient men and women, improving the lives of the people. Now, a new day awaits for Aklan State University. With the assumption of office of its first woman president, Dr. Emily M. Arangote, SUC President 3, Aklan State University gears up, revs up, and ready to set sail as a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region. The Asia-Pacific region is going to be a tempestuous territory. We will sail through uncharted seas, wait out storms in the journey. But with all the men and women of Aklan State University as able sailors, and Dr. Emily M. Arangote at the helm, steering the boat, surely the horizon is clear and the shore within reach. ASU, let's row the boat together towards one direction to become a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region.
Good day, participants, as you are about to learn and enjoy on the comfort of your home. To make this seminar amazing and productive, kindly follow these simple rules. Number 1. In line with the Data Privacy Act, we would like to inform you that this online training is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. 2. Be on time. Be here 5 minutes before the online training starts. 3. Turn off your microphones. If you would like to speak, click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. Number 4. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat option. It will be addressed during Q&A. 5. Take down notes. Writing down notes will help you remember important concepts from the training. 6. Be polite and courteous at all times. And number 7, don't forget to accomplish the attendance and evaluation right after the training. The training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Remember important concepts from the training. 6. Be polite and courteous at all times. And number 7, don't forget to accomplish the
Good day, everyone. Before we officially start our activity for today, let's first have our prayer to be followed by our Philippine national anthem and lastly our acclamations. Good day, everyone. Before we officially start our activity for today, let's first have our prayer to be followed by our Philippine national anthem and lastly our acclamations.
One day I'll hear the laugh of children in a world where war has been banned.
One day I'll see men of all colors sharing words of love and devotion.
Laugh of children in a world where stand up and feel the Holy Spirit. Find the power of your faith.
Open your heart to those who need you in the name of love and devotion.
Yes, I
believe in the people of all nations to join and to care for love.
I believe in our light will guide us and giving our love.
With our love, we'll make heaven on earth. I believe in the people of all nations to join and to care for
I believe in the people of all nations to join and to care for love. I believe in our light will guide us, giving our love. We'll make heaven on earth. Yes, I believe.
to join us to care for love. I believe in our world and giving our love will make
Ladies and gentlemen, the Philippine National Anthem.
Oh,
ASU, I love thee, the solemn pledge I vow eternally. The hallowed halls and word of peace, my treasures in my memory. Upon this land forever place, my alma mater beauty divine. Shine on, the gifts of heaven, shine, shine on. ASU, I love thee, thy solemn pledge I vow eternally. Thy hallowed halls, the word of peace, my treasures in my memories. Upon this land forever reigns, my alma mater beauty divine. Shine on, the gates of heaven, shine, shine on. Shine on, the gates of heaven, shine, shine on. From the sun, the forever reigns, my alma mater beauty divine. Shine on, the gates of heaven, shine, shine on.
Good morning. Tourism has been one of the helpful sectors in contributing to our GDP or gross domestic product. Tourism has been growing and the trend of tourists continue to evolve. However, the COVID-19 pandemic and other negative factors had affected the life of our tourism industry, especially to our farm tourism. The sustainability has been challenged. Our plans, projects, and activities are put to the test. That is why we are here today. Welcome to Day 2 of Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism webinar series presented by Aklan State University, Ibajay Campus College of Hospitality and Rural Resource Management Graduate Program. This is your host for today. I am Kenneth Ian Billones, also one of the students in Masters in Tourism Management here in ASU-Ibajay Campus. So before we officially start our program, I would like to inform everyone that because we have been receiving a lot of inquiries or questions regarding this webinar, because there is a new interface or platform of Zoom. So actually there is nothing wrong with your platform. You are in attendee mode. Yes, you are in attendee mode. So that's why there are less features. So it means that you are also in a more convenient way or situation for this webinar. So as you can see, Zoom has upgraded their platform, and you are in again attendee mode. So there is nothing wrong with your platform or interface. Yes. So I guess everyone is quite excited or really very much anticipated in learning new knowledge for today, especially matters regarding our sustainability for agri-ecotourism. So I will not prolong anymore. Before we introduce our first speaker, let me call Miss Fritzy Lorente to introduce our first speaker for today. So I guess everyone is quite excited or really very much anticipated.
Our first speaker is a person with disability and a member of orthopedic impairment. He graduated as cum laude at Aklan Catholic College with a degree in AB English. He took his master's education in development management and governance in the University of Makati in year 2012. He is a former Bachelor of Law at Aklan Catholic College in year 2005. He is also a former public speaking and speech teacher at Santo Niño Seminary
Our
Aklan
first
in
speaker
year
is a person with
1994 to
disability and a member
1996,
of
a part-time
orthopedic
mass
impairment.
communication and
He
English
graduated
instructor
as cum
at
laude
North
at
Visayan
Aklan
Colleges,
Catholic College
Calibo,
with a
and was
degree in AB
recognized
English.
as an
He took
outstanding
his
teacher
master's
by the
education
NVC
in
student body
development
in year
management and governance
2012.
to the
He was
University
also
of Makati in
recognized
year
as an outstanding
2012.
alumnus
He is a
of the
former
Teacher and
Bachelor of
Liberal
Law
Arts
at Aklan
Department
Catholic
in
College
the field of
in year
education and
2005.
governance of
He
Aklan
is
Catholic
also a
College,
former public
year
speaking and speech
2016.
teacher at
He was
Santo
also a
Niño
former
Seminary
RMN
Aklan in year
DYKR
1994
news
to
writer,
1996.
newscaster in
A
year
part-time mass
1996 to
communication and English
1997,
instructor
and a
at North
former
Visayan Colleges,
DYRU
Calibo,
Barangay
and was
92.9 Super
recognized
Radio
as an
Calibo,
outstanding
news
teacher by the
director and
NVC
anchor
student
of
body
Passive
in year
Ear
2012.
and Parque de
He was
Libertad
also
radio
recognized
programs
as
in
an outstanding
1998 to
alumnus of the
2004.
Teacher and
A
Liberal
program
Arts
host of
Department in the
Kapihan's
field of
Aklan
education and
aired every
governance of Aklan
Saturday
Catholic
at
College
9
year
a.m. via Calibo
2016.
Cable and Aklan
He was
Cable
also a
companies
former
at present.
RMN
He is also an
DYKR
accredited
news
member of the
writer,
Kapisanan ng mga
newscaster in year
broadcaster sa
1996
Pilipinas
to
and was
1997,
awarded as
and a
ABP
former
Golden Dove
DYRU
Awards for
Barangay
National
92.9
Finalist
Super Radio
for Best
Calibo,
Public Affairs
news
Program
director and anchor
Kusog
of Passive
Itibyog
Ear
Igkatribo Hat
and Parque
FM
de
year
Libertad radio
27,
programs in
2007 to
1998 to
2008.
2004.
A
A
project officer
program
of
host
Tour
of
Aklan program
Kapihan's
under
Aklan
Australian
aired
Aid
every
Backup
Saturday
and
at
Uswag
9 a.m.
Development
via Calibo
Foundation
Cable
project
and Aklan
partnership in
Cable companies at
2004,
present.
a
He is
Kiwanis
also
Club
an
of Calibo
accredited
at
member of
Tiatihan
the
Charter
Kapisanan ng
President
mga
in
broadcaster sa
2005,
Pilipinas
and
was
an
awarded
Acalco
as
Multi-Sectoral
ABP Golden Dove
Electrification
Awards
Advisory
for National
Council
Finalist
Chairman for the
Best Public
Municipality of
Affairs
Tangalan,
Program
Aklan. He
Kusog
was
Itibyog
elected in the
Igkatribo
following
Hat FM
positions:
year
Board of
27,
Directors of Abante
2007 to
Aklan
2008.
Incorporated in
A project
2012,
officer of Tour
Sangguniang
Aklan
Bayan
program
member of
under
Tangalan
Australian
for
Aid
3
Backup
consecutive terms
and
from year
Uswag Development
2007 to
Foundation project
2016.
partnership in
Provincial
2004.
Federation
A
Vice
Kiwanis
President of
Club
the
of
Philippine
Calibo
Council's
Tiatihan
League of
Charter
Aklan,
President
year
in
2013 up
2005
to
and an
2016.
Acalco
Regional
Multi-Sectoral
Auditor of the
Electrification
Philippine Councilors
Advisory
League of
Council
Region
Chairman
6,
for
year
the Municipality of
2013 up to
Tangalan,
present,
Aklan.
and
He
the
was
Sangguniang
elected in the
Palanlawigan
following
member
positions:
from year
Board of Directors
2016 to
of Abante Aklan
2019, and
Incorporated
also
in
a
2012,
Regional Board of
Sangguniang
Directors of the
Bayan member
Provincial
of
Board
Tangalan
Members
for
League
3
for Western
consecutive
Visayas,
terms from
and the
year
Board of
2007 to
Director of Philippine
2016.
National Red Cross
Provincial
Aklan,
Federation
Aklan
Vice
Chapter from
President of the Philippine
2018 to
Council's League of Aklan
2022,
year
a
2013
chairperson
up to
of the
2016.
Provincial Advisory
Regional
Council,
Auditor of the
Aklan Police
Philippine
Mobile
Councilors
Force
League of
Company,
Region 6
and he
year
was chosen as the
2013 up to
Tangalan
present,
PNP
and the
Municipal
Sangguniang
Advisory Council
Palanlawigan
member
member
in
from
year
year
2016
2016 to
with the completion
2019,
certificate
and also a
for advisory
regional
council
board of
members who
directors of
passed
the
the basic
Provincial Board
e-learning
Members
PNP
League for
Patrol
Western
Plan
Visayas, and the
2030.
board of director
He
of
is
the Philippine
also a
National Red
committee
Cross
to the
Aklan,
following:
Aklan chapter
Environmental
from
Protection,
2018 to
Disaster Preparedness and Peace and
2022,
Order,
a
senior
chairperson
citizens,
of the
persons with
Provincial Advisory
disability,
Council
and
of Aklan
indigenous
Police
people,
Mobile Force
on
Company,
energy, public
and he
utilities,
was chosen as the
transportation and
Tangalan
communication,
PNP
human
Municipal
resource,
Advisory Council
good
member
government and
in
public
year
accountability,
2016 with the completion
women, and
certificate
family welfare.
for advisory
Ladies and
council
gentlemen,
members who
let's
passed
give
the
a
basic
resounding virtual a
e-learning
round of
PNP
applause
Patrol
to the
Plan
Honorable J.
2030
Eulalia
of
Tejada.
director
He
of
is
the Philippine
also a
National Red
committee
Cross
to the
Aklan,
following:
Aklan chapter
Environmental
from
Protection,
2018
Disaster
to
Preparedness and Peace and
2022,
Order,
a
senior
chairperson
citizens,
of the
persons with
Provincial Advisory
disability,
Council
and indigenous
Good day,
people,
everyone.
on energy,
This is Board Member JP Hada of the 2nd District of Aklan, and it is my pleasure and at the same time my honor to present to you some of my research and my compilation of lectures on agri-tourism. It is my expectation that this lecture or this talk will give you clear program direction of what we're going to do about agri-tourism, anchoring on governance, local governance, particularly in the setting of local communities and the province of Aklan. This is more about agri-tourism. First of all, it is a must to define or to explain what is agri-tourism. And based on our slide presentation, agri-tourism means agriculture plus tourism. So when we say agriculture, of course, we all know the common concept of agriculture, the science, the art or practice of cultivating the soil, producing crops, and raising livestock. And of course, tourism, we all know that it comprises activities of persons traveling to and staying in places outside their usual environment for not more than one consecutive year for leisure, business, and other purposes. So, technically, it is an act of visiting a working farm or any agricultural, horticultural, or agribusiness operation for the purpose of enjoyment. Take note, enjoyment, education, or active involvement in the activities, its immersion of the farm or operation. So technically, it involves any agriculturally based operation or activity that brings visitors to a farm or ranch, also called farm tourism. In Switzerland, they call it farm stays. You have to stay in the farm. And it is the practice of attracting visitors and tourists to farm areas for production, educational, and recreational purposes. We have to attract visitors. Form of tourism activity conducted in a rural farm area, which may include tending to farm animals, planting, harvesting, and processing of the farm products. It covers attractions, again, remember the attractions, the activities, services, and amenities, as well as other resources of the area to promote an appreciation of the local culture, take note of the culture, heritage, and traditions through personal contact. So there must be a connection, personal connection with the local people. So, here we are now, agri-tourism in the Philippines, in the Philippine context. The Philippines topography is very ideal for agri-tourism. Leisure farms or farm resorts, as they are called by the Department of Tourism, have sprung up in different regions of the country. These are farms with resort, accommodation, and dining components. So we have this Republic Act 10816, or the Farm Tourism Development Act of 2016, an act providing for development and promotion of farm tourism in the Philippines. So we have the law since 2016 pa. So the law would provide opportunities for farmers to augment their earnings, kailangan kumita, and at the same time increase players, participants in the rural tourism industry. Take note, rural tourism industry. So let's bring people in the rural areas to decongest urban areas. The purpose of agri-tourism is to alleviate, that's the bottom line, the marginalized poor farmers. Still, at this point in time in the Philippine context, farmers are still poor. Remember that. So the law will also push for what President Rodrigo Duterte wants, that is to promote rural tourism. So balik probinsya in the country, of which agri-tourism is part of it as a strategy. So, to effectively carry out the goals of RA 10186, a Farm Tourism Strategic Action Plan, we need a master plan. We call that Farm Tourism Strategic Action Plan, consisting of investment promotion and financing, market research, accreditation of farm tourism camps, we have to standardize, we have to regulate, human resource development, we need to produce professionals, staff, and infrastructure development will be created. Of course, we need roads, we need access, transportation accessibility to those created areas. The overall implementation of the plan will be overseen by the Farm Tourism Development Board. So there should have a board which will be attached to the Department of Tourism in the national level. But we can have that in terms of governance. We can create a plan and with the specific components of the plan and a local board to oversee the whole implementation of the master plan. Okay. So, Farm Tourism Strategic Action Plan. Ano ba ang napaloob, or what is the substance, or what is the contents or components of this strategic action plan? Why we call it strategic? Because it is a comprehensive set of programs. It's a harmonized set of programs, projects, and activities, so very specific, very detailed for the growth of farm tourism, focus on farm tourism in the country, that should be integrated and be made consistent with the National Tourism Development Plan. So it should be harmonized from the national to the provincial and to the municipal level plans. So we are expecting, in terms of local government management, we are encouraging every local government units from the barangay to the municipal and to the provincial level to have the respective strategic plans on farm tourism. That's the lacking component now, because we cannot expect that every LGU has its own drafted or enacted agri-tourism farm planning. Okay, so this shall cover investment promotion and financing, market research. We need baseline data on market trends, innovations, and information, accreditation of farm tourism camps, market promotion and development, agriculture and fishery research, development and extension. That's why academic institutions like Atlanta State University is very potent partner on this for extension programs, institutional and human resource development, and infrastructure support. It shall likewise define the roles and responsibilities of national government agencies, local government units, farm tourism operators, tour operators, educational institutions like ASU, and other industry stakeholders in the implementation of the plan. So you are part of the plan. So in 2012, farm tourism was mainstream, starting with Costales Nature Farm in Laguna. Please visit there. The country now has more than 100, only 100 as of this time, accredited establishments nationwide, majority of which are located in Luzon. It is under the umbrella of nature tourism that holds around 20 to 30% of the overall tourism market in the country. Next is Villar. Also envisions the creation of farm schools. This is, we are talking about Senator Villar, Cynthia Villar and the family of Villars. Farm schools in every municipality, that's a target. And this is also part of local governance in eco farm or tourism. There must be a municipal level farm school that will provide education, technology, and financial literacy. So it's part of the agricultural program of every LG to farmers in the countryside to make them competitive. Yung hindi lang basta-basta backyard gardening, but it should be competitive in terms of produce. She also encouraged the use of organic technologies and sustainable agriculture in the practice of farm tourism, which is very ideal. So what are the benefits of agri-tourism? So in environment, it preserves farms and farmlands, of course, that's protection. It provides quality local products and produce, preserve natural ecosystems and resources, and provide scenic beauty and landscape. Yeah, that's environmental benefit. So we have to sustain that. In socio-cultural benefits, we have we educate the visitors and public about agriculture, especially in our local scenario. We share agricultural heritage and rural lifestyle with visitors. We preserve rural heritage and traditions. It's very important to us. That's why in the province of Baclan, we are on the process of ending already our cultural mapping per municipality. We're expecting to have a complete package of the cultural map of the whole province by dissecting and by internalizing per municipality cultural maps. Develop interaction between visitors and farmers. Provide recreational activities for visitors. Very important to us. That's why in economic sector, generate additional income for farmers and landowners, enhance tourism appeal of rural areas, revitalize economies, provide job opportunities, of course, enhance quality of life of local people. O, di ba, pag binibisita tayo, we can enhance a lot of things in our lifestyle, in our way of life. So, what comprises agritourism? Agritourism involves common agritourism, eco-agritourism, agri-adventure, fishing, one of the interesting activities, healing agritourism, traditional medicine, healer, traditional massage, in our way of life. Agri-culinary food, we love that. Hunting, that's one of a kind. Agri-fishery festival, we love fishes, we love fishing, and we love to learn a lot of kinds of fish. So, this is the slide for a sample. You can add or you can create, innovate some activities in agri-tourism. We have agri-camp, we have agri-fair, we have techno-demo, we have farm tour, farm market, farm vacations, on-farm bed and breakfast, which is popular now. We have wineries, hiking trails, plant ID, fishing, hunting, pick and cook. Interesting. Agri-challenge, petting zoo, mini zoo, and bird watching. These are only samples of activities that can be introduced in agri-tourism sites, but you can innovate and you can create a lot of things. So we learned some pilot sites of agri-tourism in the Philippines. In Central Luzon State University, in Mindanao we have Del Monte Philippines, very popular, and in the Visayas we have Oro Verde Holdings. Interesting. And farm tourism sites in the Philippines now, based on our baseline data, we have in Laguna, the Costales Nature Park. In Negros Occidental, we have Peñalosa Farm. In Iloilo, we have Garin Farm. And in Palawan, we have Mitra Farm. And in Bohol, we have Tarsier Botanica. And in Iloilo, we have Efrata Farm in Iloilo, and in Negros Occidental, we have Maize Garden. Okay, so for example, let's take this slice of concept and idea in Costales Nature Farms. This is based actually on some of their philosophy, why they started their nature farms. They say, throw your waste and it will be wasted. Recycle your waste and the world will be saved. That's according to Costales Nature Farms. So that's all about nature farming. Okay. So in Peñalosa Farms, you have this slide also. They say in Peñalosa Farms, no Filipino should go hungry in his own land. Okay, that's very correct. And of course, in a way of ending this talk, we can have or we can share this slice of concept and slice of philosophy in life. We say recipe for success is hit up an idea, take action, mix it up with passion and belief, then add a dash of persistence. This is how we go about conceptualization and start up of site development plan for agri-tourism. Have a great day, guys. Thank you. And may this talk help you conceptualize and be driven in starting up a concept of agri-tourism programs in the province of Aklan through the institution Aklan State University. Thank you and God bless everyone. Start up of site
Thank
development
you,
plan
Sir
for
Jay Tejada, for that
agri-tourism.
very meaningful
Have a great day, guys.
presentation
Thank you.
and being
And
shared to
may these
everyone. We
talks
can really feel that
help
Sir Jay
you
Tejada is really
conceptualize
passionate
and
towards
be driven
agri-ecotourism.
in
Why?
starting
Because
up
he
a concept
really
of
wants to make sure that we should
agri-tourism
have a
programs
strategic
in the
farm
province
tourism
of Aklan
plan.
through
We should
the
also
institution
reinforce our
Aklan
cultural
State
mapping
University. Thank you and God bless
so that we will have
everyone.
a basis of our plans, especially to our agri-ecotourism, and also he also wants developmental plans for economic progress. Ayun. Yes, and also Sir Jay also specified or gave examples for agri-tourism activities kanina. So everyone should have an idea if you want to start up or do initiatives towards agri-ecotourism. Yes. So if, and again, I would like sorry. If you have questions, you can leave a message at mpm.ibahay@asu.edu.ph. We will leave that in the chat box. If you have questions to Sir Jay and especially to our first speaker, just message there at the email provided in the chat box. Yes. So this part of the program, let's give a certificate of recognition to Sir Jay Tejada. You can leave a message at npm.ibahay@asu.edu.ph. The certificate reads, Aklan State University, Ibahay Campus College of Hospitality and Rural Resource Management Graduate Program. This certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Honorable J.E. Tejada in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as resource speaker on the topic governance in local tourism industry during the conduct of two-day webinar series entitled Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism held on 7 to 8 of January 2022 via Zoom platform, given the 7th day of January 2022. Signed by Ms. Emily M. Arangote, our SUC President 3. Thank you again, Sir Jay. So this is the part of the program where we acknowledge everyone who is with us here today. And I can say that we are really going national because we have a lot of audience and participants all over the Philippines. So let us acknowledge the presence of everyone here. We have students and faculty staff of the Aklan State University Ibahay campus. Thank you again. We have people from Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology Manila. Aklan Polytechnic College is also here with us. Because we have Laguna State Polytechnic University, San Pablo City campus. All over the Philippines. Philomer Christian University. University of Antigua Libertad campus. Students and faculty Iloilo State College of Fisheries, San Enrique campus. We have Iloilo City Community College, Central Mindanao University, University of San Agustin, Iloilo, Philippine State College of Aeronautics, Villamor Air Base in Parañaque City, Philippine Ports Authority. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of our farm tourism organizations organizations here in Aklan. We have Arj Fruity Flower Farm, La Tranquilina Farm Resort, La Olas Fish Farm, GLS Agricultural Integrated Farm. We have Bebots Farm and Bulyo Hillside Integrated Farm. Again, welcome everyone to day 2 of Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism series. Before we proceed to our next speaker, let's have a short break while we introduce and acknowledge our sponsors. La Tranquilina Farm Resort, La Olas Fish Farm, GLS contribution in learning today's. So let's move on to our second speaker in this webinar. To introduce our second speaker, let's have Miss Mary Annabeth Salumbides to introduce our second speaker for today.
Good morning, everyone. Our next speaker this morning, she is a co-founder of Aklan Checkers, founded in 2017. Aklan Checkers is a volunteer-based outdoor organization in Aklan that advocates responsible mountaineering, environmental conservation, and promotion of sustainable ecotourism, along with agricultural and social entrepreneurship as alternative livelihoods. The group hosts outdoor events for a cause and is the organizer behind the annual Hammock Festival in Aklan to promote ecotourism destinations or attractions and to fund a planned outreach mission in the remote and disadvantaged communities in the province. She is also a public teacher teaching tourism promotion services and K2 in the senior high school program of Malay National High School. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Rochelle C. Kahil. The group hosts outdoor events for a cause and is the organizer.
Good morning, everyone. May I request the team to share my screen or my presentation rather.
In the remote and disadvantaged communities in the province. She is also a public teacher teaching tourism promotion services and K2 in the senior high school program of Malay National High School.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
may I start now? First, I would like to commend my alma maters, Master in Tourism Management program, for having this webinar series. It is my pleasure to serve you through this talk. My topic is ecotourism management, or ecotourism practices rather, and responsible travel. I am speaking as the co-founder of Aklan Trekkers and as a teacher of tourism promotion services NC2 in Malay National High School. So it was mentioned earlier that we are a volunteer-based outdoor organization in Aklan with so many advocacies. And talking about the annual Aklan Hammock Festival, it was conceptualized to run for 17 years in 17 municipalities in Aklan to promote ecotourism local destinations and attractions. And as an ecotourism advocate, next slide please. We are a volunteer-based outdoor organization in Aklan with so many advocacies. And talking about the annual Aklan Hammock, I believe that communities who develop tourism facilities can take control and make their area more attractive to visitors in a way that supports the local community tourism local destination. In essence, sharing with visitors what a community loves about where they live can contribute to long-term economic social benefits for the whole community. As an educator, of course, I consider education as a powerful tool towards sustainability. And the issues that I'm going to tackle in this talk supports the local community. May I check if the slide is moving? Sharing with visitors and what a community loves. I can still see the first slide. Can contribute to long-term economic social benefits for the whole community. As an educator, of course, I consider education. Okay, I hope it is just on my end. But next slide, please. The issues that I'm going to tackle in this talk supports the local community. May I check if the slide is? The issues that I'm going to tackle in this talk are, first, defining ecotourism. Then we will have key principles of ecotourism and conservation, followed by communities, and finally, responsible travel. I hope it is just on my end. But next slide, please. The issues that I'm going to tackle in this first, let us have the leveling of ecotourism destinations. According to the United Nations World Tourism Organization, or UNWTO's definition, all nature-based forms of tourism in which the main motivation of the tourists is the observation and appreciation of nature, as well as the traditional cultures prevailing in natural areas. The leveling of ecotourism destinations. Next slide, please. According to the United Nations, UNWTO is responsible for the promotion of responsible, sustainable, and universally accessible tourism geared towards the achievement of the Universal 2030 Agenda, which I believe this is very familiar, for sustainable development and the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. Next slide. While according to the is responsible for the promotion of TIS or the International Ecotourism Society in 2015, ecotourism is now defined as responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment, sustains the well-being of the local people, and involves interpretation and education. Education is meant to be inclusive of both staff and guests. TIS or the and next slide. Finally, according to the implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act number 9593, otherwise known as the Tourism Act of 2009, it is under Section 3 definition of terms. Ecotourism is a form of sustainable tourism within a natural and cultural heritage area where community participation, protection, and management of natural resources, culture, and indigenous knowledge and practices, or IKSP, environmental education and ethics, as well as economic benefits, are fostered and pursued for the enrichment of host communities and the satisfaction of visitors. So, this is what encompasses the entirety of our concepts on nature-based tourism. That one that was defined in Philippine context, the RA 9593, because it involves, or it's already there, the nature-based tourism, the culture and heritage tourism, the conservation, the IKSP, and community tourism, such as the creation and or accreditation of community-based ecotourism sites or CBES. So now that we have defined it in the Philippine context, let us talk about its key principles, where we can draw out our ecotourism practices. So the TIES has set cornerstones of sustainable tourism. It says that ecotourism is about uniting conservation, communities, and sustainable travel. This means that those who implement, participate, and market ecotourism activities should adopt the following ecotourism principles as projected. We have their conservation, offering market-linked long-term solutions. Ecotourism provides effective economic incentives for conserving and enhancing biocultural diversity and helps protect the natural and cultural heritage of our beautiful planet. And communities, by increasing local capacity building and employment opportunities. Ecotourism is an effective vehicle for empowering local communities around the world to fight poverty and to achieve sustainable development. And lastly, interpretation with an emphasis on enriching personal experiences and environmental awareness through interpretation. So it is according to how the traveler interprets his or her own travel. Ecotourism promotes greater understanding and appreciation for nature, local society, and culture. First, let's go to conservation. And lastly, interpretation. Why conserve? The article I recommend for you to read is entitled Ecotourism, A Path Towards Better Conservation. It is by William E. Simpson II, who's a naturalist, author, and conservationist. According to him, appreciation for nature, there is no substitute for ecotourism programs that uniquely provide actual immersion into nature and the experience of the wonders that exist therein firsthand. Ecotourism, a path towards better conservation. Expanding our definition of conservation and localizing the practices. Let's start with clarifying the context of nature protection, conservation, and preservation. Because many times, or most of the times, we mix up these three words. So it is just proper that we clarify these things. According to National Geographic, conservation is similar to preservation. But while both relate to the protection of nature, they strive to accomplish this task in different ways. Conservation seeks the sustainable use of nature by humans for activities such as hunting, logging, or mining, while preservation means protecting nature from human use. So from there, we know that we have natural resources that must be conserved, and there are those that must be preserved. When we are into conservation, we are into the sustainable use of nature by humans, and it is where ecotourism plays its role. Our mountains, rivers, and oceans or seas can be classified as ecotourism pathways. For mountains, we have mountaineering or hiking, eco-adventures, we have camping, we have spelunking, we have bird watching and sightseeing activities, and many others. For our rivers, we have waterfalls, natural pool or swim basins, cold and hot springs. We have river rafting, water tubing, kawa hut bath by the river, or even massage by the river, etc. For our oceans, we have islands, we have beaches, we have water transportation, water sports, scuba diving, snorkeling, sailing, fishing, resorts, and other accommodations. We have marine conservation activities like giant clams, whale shark, we have marine turtle, and so many others. Now, the big question is, how can we protect them and make them sustainable? My answer is through conservation. Yes, that's the right slide. Conservation is the act of protecting our natural resources from for current and future generations. First, we need to embrace nature conservation as our moral philosophy, and second, it needs a conservation movement to be able to make an impact. And both starts from our sense of ownership. We all need to be educated on our coexistence with nature in personal, socio-economic, and political aspects. We all have the shared responsibility to protect species from extinction, maintain and restore habitats, enhance ecosystem services, and protect biological diversity. And well, for my organization, for Aklan Trekkers, we all need to be educated. May I present to you few of the ecotourism activities that are combined with our conservation advocacies. Well, in the screen, we have Hike for Our Forest for the benefit of our forest rangers, and of course, the biodiversity management and monitoring of such NGOs. We have Pag-ibig para sa kalikasan. We have World Water Day. We have Hike for Climate and Conservation. Next slide. Are combined with our conservation advocacies. Well, in the screen, we have those are just few of our forest rangers. Ecotourism plus conservation activities. Management and monitoring of such and now, next to conservation, in the previous slide that I have shared with you was communities. Next slide. So, all tourism sectors, next slide. So, we must collectively create an eco-friendly destination through, you have it, keeping sustainability in mind. Now, getting the locals involved and ensuring local economic benefits. And I believe there's no need for me to expound on this, considering this is a master's program. And I just wanna must share my personal experiences and inputs, if you consider them. As a community volunteer who really immerses the frontline tourism communities, we can stay there in the gap because these are my personal inputs. I believe the gap between tourism governance and the local community, because I immerse in a deeper level than those working in the official tourism sectors, and I can always feel and see the gap between the governance and the tourism governance and the local community. And I've been pondering on this with consideration on case-to-case basis, of course. But generally, tourism governance and the local. Can we have the slide before the one projected now? Okay, so that you will know that I am talking about the gap. This is based on my personal experience. Generally, I can argue that most of tourism governing offices, such as the local government units, the tourism offices, even us NGOs and other sectors, have a high rate of failure to really make local communities sustainably embrace and maximize the tourism projects, programs, and initiatives. Basically, I have talked to and listened to many local actors saying that they don't directly benefit and gain more control over tourism in their area. Some claim they are not lifted up. They thrive not on their own terms, and they're just reliant on external sources. There are others who feel they're not treated fairly and equally in terms of outcomes, not just in resources and opportunity. These are authentic statements from the community that I believe we all have to acknowledge and to properly address, so we can work on the ways forward for sustainability. So while conservation focuses more on environmental justice, empowering communities highlights social justice. And both justices are necessary for our ways forward. These are authentic statements. During this pandemic, I have personally witnessed how locals demonstrated sense of ownership ownership in their lands. As you have noticed in my area, if you've been to Malay, a lot of locals here utilize their own resources and creativity to open ecotourism attractions as alternative livelihoods or a form of survival. And this is a good ecotourism startup for our ways forward. And I want to share the important things I want that must be noted based on my personal observations. One, it is great when locals value their own lands and develop it according to their own resources based on their available resources rather than selling them to investors, right? Another, locals must sell their neighboring local attractions to equally distribute the income for circular economy and make the visitors feel that their visit is worthy. And it promotes friendly competition. Before, we used to compete with each other in terms of ecotourism marketing. But now, in order to attract tourists, especially outside the province or outside the region, particularly in the urban side wherein they need to travel, like that they need to take the flight, it is important to ensure that their visit is worthy. So it must be that they know all the tourism attractions within the area or within the destination so that they can maximize their stay. And that benefits all rather than making it an individually competing marketing approach. And another point that I want to share based on my personal observation is that culture and heritage tourism should not only focus on exhibits, museums, and performing arts, but must highlight actual immersion, like river fishing or woodcrafts harvesting. So far, what I have seen or experienced are those places with proper venues for the demonstration. So it's a form of demonstration. Although I commend that, but for me, it is more powerful to connect tourists to actual actors on the field. So actual immersions like river fishing, panuo, pamunit, what else? They have panagon. They have demonstrations. So it's of course they go farming upland with their root crops. So these are actual immersions which for me uplifts the sense of belongingness of the locals to the tourism planning and development. Besides, this doesn't need structural capital, only system and management and local gears. And this is very basic for our survival, especially in different environmental emergencies or climate emergencies happening now. So, before moving on to the third principle, may I insert here our roles as community volunteers and tourists at the same time, which may I shorten to voluntourists. So, as you can see in the photos, we go up the mountains. At the same time, we pick up trash. So we call that mountain cleanups activity. We enjoy the beaches, but we do conduct coastal cleanups. And this can happen all together at the same time. Some practices that I noticed are that they really schedule the coastal cleanup, but as you can see in the photos, for us, and I guess for you as well, if you are not still doing this, it doesn't mean that you are there just basically enjoy because you're paying for it. That actually takes away from you the obligation to pick up trash or to play go and leave it to the locals. But no, even if you are paying, it's just proper in order to protect the communities, the host communities, to do it at the same time. So you as a tourist and at the same time picking up trashes. Also, we do have this Basura by Lubugas. This is like an upgrade to our being plain tourists and then doing the leave no trace principle or picking up trash. This one is gearing up to a more long-term community engagement. So can you show some other slides below? Also, we do have this Basura by Lubugas. This is like an upgrade. Okay, so that one is an example wherein we come in Agri-Ecotourism in Malay, and at the same time we converted their or we exchanged their trashes to rice. So it's Basura by Lubugas activity. But we really enjoy the beach there as tourists at the same time. And this one, it's in Naasug Malay Aklan. Okay, so that one is an example wherein we come in Naasug Okay, let's just scroll. That one is in Berwanga, in Belize, still in Berwanga. Berwanga is a coastal barangay with so many beaches. This one is in the interior communities or upland communities. So we call this exploration hike. So this is how we connect with communities. And after, it is important for us to relay or to report or to submit recommendations to the LGU, because we believe that we are one with LGU. It's like we are an arm of LGU as NGO, because it's a collective effort. Ecotourism practices. So this is how we our collective efforts that must be done not only by the local government, not only by the Department of Tourism, but of course by the NGOs, the travelers, or the groups. So what we're doing here in the photo is submitting our hike reports and recommendations after we visited the communities. And as NGO, because really pays off after that. Next. Ecotourism practices. Oh, our collective efforts. One thing I can also impart in this talk is that it is of utmost importance rather, that we do public consultation, we do public gathering of statements, data, their comments, their feedbacks on the projects, on even on the planning stage or even before you come up with a plan. So the first things first is that if you are doing ecotourism with host communities, of course, you have to pay respect to the locals first by hearing their side. And I believe it's being inclusive, it's being empowering. So what we did here, this one is looking at the role of indigenous knowledge, systems, and practices of a local community in terms of resiliency. So it came out after this data gathering and after this Media Blitz campaign, it came out that one of the authentic alternative livelihoods that the locals want when they are being when they are suffering or struggling from climate emergencies is also ecotourism activities. So can we have the next slide? resiliency. So it came out after this. So this one is a product of a research base or a baseline study. It came out that they cannot get away from what they are doing. They have been already doing. But for example, the area or the natural environment is not in an ideal setting to go fishing, but you can come up with alternative livelihood even if the weather is unfavorable. You can. So this one is a product. We did come up with a cultural show or Nabaoinons wherein they do demonstration on how they go fishing on the rivers. So while the river is flooded, they still have an option. And the top option still in the community is ecotourism in the form of culture and heritage and demonstrations. So that's very authentic. With alternative livelihood, even if the weather is next, these are examples of our. This is our recent activity or event, outdoor event in Madalag. So we first assessed their community and we checked on the available resources. They have abundant pako and we highlighted their pako. Although the value of pako in their place, they used to disregard it. But with proper ecotourism practices, we can make the value high and let the people, the tourists, um, give high regard on it and pay higher than the locals set it for themselves. We checked on the available. Take a look at the next slide and pako and we highlighted their pako. Although the value of pako in their place, they used to disregard it. Oh, so this one it's in a dance of the value high of the local community in Panipiason, Madalag Aklan. So it's an Akanon Bukidnon culture and heritage which we injected in our outdoor activities. And look at that. So we highlight their strengths based on their natural resources, not structural, not built attractions. So very minimal impact on the environment. Look at that. Uh, our participants gave really high value on the pako after the event and also considered their native cuisines. Next, so we highlight their strengths. Well, last year we had this in Malay. So we have the integration of eco and cultural tour and then outreach activity. So you can actually mix them up for better ecotourism events. And I hope this will give more ideas to our masters in tourism management students. So yes, it's worth sharing here. And the third principle is interpretation. Are more people willing to travel green? Do you think? So you can actually mix them up. Well, personally, if I ask you, are you willing to travel green? Or how is traveling green? Well, this is based on Masters in Tourism Travel Agent Central.com. A large majority of global travelers, 87%, say that they want to travel sustainably. So, are more people willing to travel green? So, how to travel responsibly? You can actually mix them up. Well, personally, perhaps you've been doing this, but if not, let me share it with you. How to travel responsibly is, of course, this is based on your own interpretation, but may I share our own interpretation here? So we have lessen your carbon footprint, okay, or lessen your carbon emission. Okay. So when you travel, of course, if you have choices on food, a very basic way of enjoying the travel is, of course, consuming food and which is which. Of course, you have to choose between meat and vegetables, and less carbon footprint means opting to have the vegetables. Okay? So, same with your preferences on what transportation vehicles you're going to take. Are you going to take the parao or the sailboat, which is just dependent on the wind, that is very neutral, environmentally friendly, over a speedboat? So, also, on a daily basis, this is applicable still. Not only when you travel. Well, basically, traveling is just movement of people, regardless if it's recreational or daily errands. So you can opt to walk and bike rather than riding a tricycle or driving a motorbike. Next is raise awareness. It is important for us to share it with fellow travelers. You know, I always take pride, even if I sound KJ, I take pride in sharing that today I have a zero carbon footprint and I enjoy the day with the natural beaches, with the sunset and the sunrise because I just come, something like that. So sharing it and raising awareness that you're taking pride of having a less carbon footprint day, or taking pride that you had an eco birthday rather than the regular party with a neighborhood or with a family. um Eco birthday can, you can start having your day planting trees with friends. For example, your age is 20, so you plant 20 trees with friends, and then you come up with what do you call this, a setup, a food setup that you lay down the food in banana leaf, and then the choices of food are carbon neutral, things like that. And you keep on sharing, you raise awareness, you post about it, you caption it the way that it's sending the message that there's pride and there's contribution when you are doing that. Also, support conservation efforts. Of course, there are NGOs like us which are really focusing on conservation advocacies, and it pays to support by, attending one, joining in the events, or supporting morally or financially, or even sharing it on your walls. And be an eco-conscious consumer. Daily errands, you get to use plastics, you get to use straws, and when you travel, this happens a lot because you don't have a house with you. So the options can be overwhelming in terms of plastic. So it is important for you to be an eco-conscious consumer. Next, supporting morally or financially. This one is very common for us who are hikers. So we follow the Leave No Trace 7 principles. So this answers the question how to travel responsibly. So one is plan ahead and prepare. So the LNT, I hope you have heard this many times already. The 7 principles of Leave No Trace provide an easily understood framework of minimum impact practices for anyone visiting the outdoors. Although LNT has its roots in backcountry or rural settings, the principles have been adopted already so that they can be applied anywhere, from remote wilderness areas to local parks and even in your own backyard. They also apply to almost every recreational activity. So, why is trip planning important? That number one, plan ahead and prepare. Of course, first, it helps ensure the safety of groups and individuals. Another, it prepares you to leave no trace and minimizes resource damage. Another, it contributes to accomplishing trip goals safely and enjoyably. And it increases self-confidence and opportunities for learning more about nature. Another is number two. Number two, travel and camp on durable ground. Okay? So the goal of travel in the outdoors is to move through natural areas. You are given access to natural areas while avoiding damage to the land or waterways. trip goals. Understanding how travel causes impacts is necessary to accomplish this goal. You're not there only to plainly experience the crystal clear water or the cold water of, for example, of Basang and Hurum. So travel damage occurs when surface vegetation or communities of organisms are trampled beyond recovery. So that's why hindi na siya durable ang ground kapag maybe you have heard some mountains being closed or some natural attractions or protected areas being closed from visitors because hindi na siya durable because they can no longer recover on their own. And the resulting barren area leads to soil erosion and the development of undesirable trails. So that's important. Travel and camp on durable ground. Another is dispose of waste properly. So clay go, or clean as you go, pack it in, pack it out. It's a familiar mantra to seasoned wilderness visitors. So any use of recreation lands has a responsibility to clean up before he or she leaves. It's a responsibility, remember, fellow travelers. Inspect your campsite and rest areas for trash or spilled foods. Kahit yung food, you think it's indigenous, you think it's biodegradable, but no. You pack out all trash and garbage. You don't throw it away, putting those spills or food waste on the river or on the waterways. Four is leave what you find. Oh, this will sound off to our plantitas and plantitos, but this is an important reminder to travel responsibly by leaving areas as you found them. Do not dig trenches for tents or construct lintos, tables, chairs, or other rudimentary improvements. If you clear an area of surface rocks, twigs, or pine cones, replace these items before leaving. So consider the idea that good campsites are found and not made. It's better to find a good and ideal campsite or rest area. Do not make one. Okay? And number 5, we have minimized campfire impacts. So although it's not really prohibited, but LNT principle suggests that you camp in areas where wood is abundant if building a fire. So choose not to have a fire in areas where there is little wood at higher elevations, in heavily used areas, or in a desert settings. So, as much as possible, a true leave no trace fire shows no evidence of having been constructed. It's better to extinguish a fire by using water than dirt. Okay? So, dirt may not completely extinguish the fire. And this is common now to campers. I know people during this pandemic have communed with nature more often than before. So, and campfire is really, or camping, is really one of those highly anticipated activities for travelers. Also, number 6 is learn or respect wildlife. So, learn about wildlife through quiet observation. Do not disturb wildlife for a better look. Observe wildlife from a distance so they are not scared or forced to flee. Large groups often cause more damages. Honestly, we do not encourage, as an organization, mass hiking or mass climbing in the mountains or mass camping. That means over in number or overcrowded. because large groups often cause more damage to the environment and can disturb wildlife. So keep your groups small. If you have a larger group, you can divide it into smaller groups if possible to minimize your impacts. And number seven, be considerate of other visitors. One of the most important components of outdoor ethics is to maintain courtesy toward other visitors. It helps everyone enjoy their outdoor experience because many people come to the outdoors to listen to nature, to commune with nature. I personally go to nature to commune. So excessive noise, like some travelers have concepts of going to the wild, going to the mountains, to the forest, to the rivers, to party, to put some rice lights on their tents. And, these are damaging the surroundings, taking away the natural appeal of the outdoors. And it applies also to resorts with karaoke, especially at nighttime. So by ethics, for responsible traveling, it is not being considerate to other visitors unless there are really good management in place. Okay? So, these are damaging the surroundings, taking away your challenge. I am challenging you through this. What can you do to be eco-conscious? So, I will leave the answers to you. How can you influence others? And what can be done in your community? Start small, start in your own community, and continue, please. In place. Wendell Berry said the earth is what we have or what we all have in common. And may I say that what can you do to be eco-conscious? Yes, continue. I will leave the answers to you. May I say that saving the earth starts with you in your community. So thank you for this opportunity to share what I and my group have been doing for ecotourism and as an advocacy and personally as responsible traveler. May I say that what can you do to be eco-conscious?
Thank
Yes,
you, Ma'am
continue. I will leave
Richelle,
the
for that
answers to you.
very
May I say that saving
inspiring,
the
no,
earth
na
starts with you.
presentation, and also we really
So
learned a
thank
lot
you for this
from you that
opportunity
we
to
should
share
always
what I and my
consider
group
the
have
environment
been doing
whenever we do
for
traveling or we tour
ecotourism
around wherever we
and
go.
as
We
an
should be
advocacy
responsible
and
travelers. Ayun.
personally
So,
as
to the
responsible
audience
traveler.
and to the people listening, if you have thank you, questions Ma'am Richelle, to for Ma'am that Richelle, very please leave a message in inspiring, no, the chat box.
So
So right now, I presentation, and actually also we have really learned a lot I have gathered from you
thank
that
you
we
for
should
sharing
here always during Ma'am Richelle's consider the talk. So environment whenever we here's the do first traveling question or to we Ma'am tour Richelle. around wherever we How go. will We you should be encourage responsible today's youth to travelers. practice Ayun. So, responsible travel? to the Ayun po, audience Ma'am and Richelle. To the people
well,
listening,
responsible
if you have
traveling starts with
questions
you. So
to
it's
Ma'am Richelle, please
first
leave
you have
a
to
message
gain
in the chat
knowledge
box.
on how you
So right
travel
now, I actually
responsibly.
have I have
In my
gathered
personal
questions
journey,
here during
I
Ma'am
have
Richelle's
traveled 10
talk.
years
So
already
mm,
before
here's the
I
first
became
question
aware of
to Ma'am
conservation.
Richelle.
So I'm a late
How will
bloomer,
you
maybe
encourage
because
today's
before
youth to
ecotourism
practice
is not that
responsible
popular.
travel?
In terms
Ayun
of
po, Ma'am Richelle. To the
education,
people listening, if
uh,
you have questions
I used to
to
hike a
Ma'am
lot
Richelle,
and I
please
used to
leave
call that as
a
hiking
message in
activities. I didn't
the chat
consider it
box.
somehow
So right
connected
now,
with
I actually have
communities or,
I have gathered
So
questions
education is very
here
important. Educate
during
yourself
Ma'am
first
Richelle's
before
talk.
going to the
So
wild.
here's
Okay?
the first
So one
question
way
to
is to
Ma'am
attend
Richelle.
seminars or webinars like this because you get to learn from the experience of others in order
Ayun po,
to,
Ma'am Richelle.
prevent yourself adding damage to the environment and to the ecotourism side. Activities. I didn't consider it somehow
Okay, thank you,
connected
Ma'am
with
Richelle.
communities.
Let's go to the
So
next
education
question.
is very
How
important.
can we
Educate
encourage
yourself
local
first
tourism
before going to
related
the wild.
businesses to
Okay?
practice
So one way is to
responsible
attend seminars or
travel?
webinars like
Ayun po,
this
ma'am.
because local businesses experience of others. Okay, local businesses are under tourism governance. We have different offices managing them, supporting them. But as you can notice during this
Okay,
pandemic, a
thank
lot
you, Ma'am
of
Richelle. Let's
locals
go
came
to
up
the
with their own
next
creativity
question.
and
How can we
resourcefulness.
encourage
They opened their
local
own
tourism related
backyards, their
businesses
own
to
properties,
practice
and it's a good sign
responsible
because
travel? Ayun po,
their
ma'am.
lands became valuable to them. Before, they used to think that their mountains, the family property, the entire mountains, the waterways, the rivers, are for investors. But now, they came up
Okay, thank you,
with
Ma'am
opening
Richelle.
them as
Let's
ecotourism
go to
sites,
the
and
next
that's a good
question.
thing
How can we
because we have
encourage
learned
local
our
tourism
lessons the hard
related
way already
businesses
in terms
to
of
practice
disposing lands, locals'
responsible
lands, to
travel?
investors.
Ayun po.
We by doing so, we actually have this sense of detachment or no more sense of ownership if that continues. And this pandemic has actually gave a positive impact on that. So let first the business sectors, these small local operators, to come up with their creativity and maybe with proper enriching and proper lobbying uh, by their own local government units like their barangay to their tourism offices. There must be proper lobbying so that tourism offices will know about them. Because, for example, with all the barangays example, in Malay, we have 17 barangays, and we have Boracay. The tourism offices would not get to monitor this actively. So, proper lobbying first from the barangay, and then after that, we come up with management systems for sustainable planning and development. So tourism, it has its own pace. Responsibility comes from the immediate local government units. Example, in Malay, we have
Thank
17
you, Ma'am Richelle, for that answer,
barangays,
no?
and we have
Thank you.
Boracay. The
Let's go
tourism
to
offices would
your
not
third
get to
question. We
monitor
have a
this
question
actively. So
from
proper
Jonan
lobbying first from the
Pelagio
barangay,
Burgos.
and
The
then
question is, I
after
feel
that,
the
we come
burning
up with
passion of
management
volunteerism
systems for
activities
sustainable
with your
planning
group,
and
ma'am,
development.
and I am
So
personally
it has
impressed with
its
your
own
sharing.
pace.
My question is,
Responsibility
with your
comes
advocacy, what
from
are your
the
setbacks,
immediate local
especially in
government
meeting with the
units.
local LGUs and locals? After Thank you, conducting Ma'am series of Richelle, activities, for how
And
can that you answer, sustain no? it?
we
I
have
mean,
Boracay.
budget-wise, Let's go to financially, with your all of that, third what are your question. We have a question deliverables? from Ayun. Jonan Pelagio
Okay.
Curious siya, ma'am, sa ano, The question is, sa group I nyo. feel the burning Opo. passion of
What we do
volunteerism
now is
activities with your
it's been a
group, ma'am,
journey. We've
and I am
personally, I've
personally
been doing
impressed
this
with
for
your
more than a
sharing.
decade
My
already. For
question
Aklan
is,
Trekkers,
with
it's
your
been
advocacy, what
for
are your
years.
setbacks, especially
And
in meeting with the local
of
LGUs and
course, the
locals?
one who's leading the
After
group
conducting
must
series
have
of
that
activities,
personal
how can you
commitment with
sustain it?
her, the
I mean,
unwavering spirit of
budget-wise, financially, with
volunteerism.
all of that, what are
And
your deliverables?
for
Ayun.
for the case of
Curious
the
siya, ma'am, sa
commitment
ano,
of
sa
the
group
communities
nyo.
that we
Opo.
visit, we actually make it inclusive and very
With your
empowering.
group, ma'am, and I am
Usually, at first,
personally
during
impressed
assessment,
with your sharing.
we just
My
visit them,
question
we
is,
listen
with
to
your
their
advocacy, what
authentic
are your
stories,
setbacks,
we make them
especially
feel
in
that they are
meeting
the
with the local
experts.
LGUs and locals?
Yes, very
After
empowering. It
conducting
has
series of
been
activities, how can you
uh,
sustain it?
a
I
proven
mean,
empowering
budget-wise,
activity
financially, with
and
all of that, what are
promoting
your
inclusivity
deliverables?
to
Ayun.
the locals, especially the
Curious siya,
indigenous
ma'am, sa
people,
ano,
wherein you,
sa group
as
nyo.
someone who is willing to help their community, you just sit in with them, you listen to their stories, you take accounts of their feelings, and it pays also to start with public consultation. I guess this is one thing that we, tourism governance have have missed out the public consultation. We used to have a notion that the council, the barangay council, embodies the community, but no, the actors are still the community people. So it takes a very a very challenging time and resources to gather all the people by cluster or in one gathering. But for me, in terms of assessing the community, it is important to start with public consultation to make them feel that they are really part of the plan. So you're not planning yet, you're just assessing.
Thank you, Ma'am Richelle. Here's another question from Miss Gift May Nogit Mijares Raimundo from Facebook. Okay, her question: what exactly do we mean when we talk about ecotourism, and how this pandemic affected ecotourism, and how are we going to implement towards the pandemic? I think still
First
related.
question
Yes, ma'am.
was, how do you mean,
Thank you,
what do
Ma'am
you mean by
Richelle.
ecotourism?
Yes, ma'am. Here's another
Ecotourism is
question
promoting
from
the
Miss Gift May
almost the
Nogit
natural.
Mijares
Okay, that's why
Raimundo
I
from
talked a lot
Facebook.
about conservation. I talked
Okay,
a lot
her
about the environment,
question:
the culture, the
what
heritage,
exactly do we
and the
mean when
natural
we talk
ways.
about
Because
ecotourism, and how this
ecotourism is
pandemic affected
more than much
ecotourism, and how are we
more
going to
about it
implement
rather than
towards
the
the pandemic?
development in terms of structural
I think
development,
still
the
related. Yes, ma'am.
the common development that we
Yes,
have
ma'am.
in mind when you say,
Another
ay, ang ganda na ng lugar, it's already
Miss Gift
developed.
May
But no,
Nogit Mijares
ecotourism
Raimundo
actually
from
has
Facebook.
this premise of keeping it
Question:
natural, keeping it
what
in a
exactly
minimum
do we
impact in
mean when
terms
we
of
talk
the
about
environment.
ecotourism, and
So
how this
ecotourism is a
pandemic affected
conservative type of
ecotourism, and
alternative
how are we going to
livelihoods.
implement towards
And
the pandemic?
what was the follow-up question?
She is also curious, ma'am,
The
regarding
common
how the
development that we
pandemic
have in
affected
mind when you say,
ecotourism, and
ay, ang ganda na ng
what
lugar, it's
can
already
how can we
developed. But
able
no,
to implement
ecotourism actually has this premise
goals
of keeping it
towards the
natural,
pandemic,
keeping it in a
something like
minimum
that.
impact. Well, the pandemic is both, I mean, it's boon and bane, both boon and bane for ecotourism. When you say boon and bane, it's two-faced. It can be
She is
both good and bad.
also
So
curious, ma'am,
because we are
regarding
positive
how the
people, we are
pandemic
looking at the
affected
positivity.
ecotourism, and
And
what
in
can
terms of
how can we
ecotourism, as
able
I've
to
mentioned earlier
implement
in my talk, that it had
goals
empowered
towards the
locals.
pandemic,
It had
something like
given
that.
them access back to their own lands. They were able to revisit what they have in their backyards, and they came up with their own creativity and resourcefulness to come up with a source of income as a form of survival and as an alternative livelihood. And it may lead to a sustainable source of income or livelihood for the people, that they don't need to go back to migrating
Yes.
and then filling in those slots, or lining up along with with the global market of workforce.
Thank you, Ma'am Richelle. We also have a question from Mr. Jonathan Villar Campo Gregorio Jr. His question is, as a trekker, so far, how's the condition of the mountains that you had trekked? Yes.
Well, I am personally into hike exploration, so I more interested in hiking unestablished trails, the protected areas like the Aklan River Water Forest Reserve areas, the Libacao areas and the Madalag, and also the CPMR or the Central Panay Mountain Ranges. These areas are still pristine. These are the pride of the and the ecological reserves of the of Panay, and also, may I mention the Northwest Panay Peninsula, which uh, Nabaoy, a recent study, and where we source out our potable drinking water, is part of the NTPNP. So, in terms of conditions of these areas, there are areas wherein the communities are not ready to welcome visitors yet because their ordinances are not in place. And I am one of those who really do recommendations. I meet the mayor after my hike with the team. We do proper recommendations because we are also afraid that after us, because of the access in social media right now, it can attract visitors. And what if the communities? It's our personal obligation. I'm not paid to do that, but I believe it's part of me being one of those first people who have been there in the area and promoted the area. So I need to help the community to prepare themselves for the possible influx of the visitors.
Thank you, Ma'am Richelle, for that answer. We also have a question again from JK Aliporo from Zoom. Okay, so do you consider homestay tourism a sustainable way to promote ecotourism sites?
Yes, I believe so because it is ecotourism. In fact, homestays are part of ecotourism practices. If we develop the
Thank
area
you,
and
Ma'am
put some
Richelle, for that answer.
accommodations, build attractions,
We also have a question
it
again
becomes
from
not ecotourism
JK
in the long
Aliporo
run.
from Zoom.
So,
Okay, so do you consider homestay
ecotourism is
tourism
poor
a
friendly
sustainable way to promote
type of
ecotourism
tourism.
sites?
It can empower and give access and equal opportunities to a lot of locals, which are usually left out when we have this mass tourism. So, better to have that homestay, keep it alive, and keep it
We also
more
have a question
sensational.
again. Yes,
Ecotourism
thank
in
you,
the
Ma'am
long run.
Richelle. I guess that's our last
Ecotourism
question.
is poor friendly
Oh, okay. So the team
type of
is
tourism.
actually
It can empower
okay. We
and
have
give access and
another
equal
question here
opportunities
for
to a
Ma'am
lot of
Richelle.
locals, which are usually left
We have
out
a question
when
from
we
Miss
have this
Chris
mass
Jean
tourism.
Dioso. Why is tourism
So,
good for the
better to have that
environment?
homestay,
Okay.
keep it alive,
Somehow again related
and
to
keep it
ecotourism.
more
Why is
sensational.
tourism good for the environment? Yes, thank you, Ma'am
Well,
Richelle. I
your
guess that's
education
our
under
last
tourism program
question.
doesn't say so.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
good for the
So the team
environment.
is
Tourism
actually
has always impacts.
okay. We have
Yes.
So it
another question
is
here
always
for Ma'am Richelle.
good and bad. And
We
what
have a
matters most is
question from
striking the
Miss Chris
balance
Jean
between it,
Dioso.
or
Why is
working
tourism
on
good for
ways
the
that
environment?
the
Okay.
the positive
Somehow again
impacts are
related to
higher than the
ecotourism.
negative
Why is
impacts.
tourism good
So
for the
there must
environment?
be a
Yes,
cost
thank you,
benefit
Ma'am Richelle.
analysis
I guess
on things
that's
that we
our
decide for
last
our
question.
ecotourism
Oh,
sites
okay.
or
So
for
the team
our
is
ecotourism
actually
activities and events. So
okay.
these
We have
are important
another question here
aspects of
for Ma'am
looking at
Richelle.
ecotourism or
We have
tourism
a
in general,
question
because
from
I
Miss
tell
Chris
you,
Jean Dioso.
tourism
Why
has
is
one of the
tourism
biggest
good for the
impacts
environment?
in the environment
Somehow
and
again
in the
related to
society.
ecotourism. Why is
I
tourism
agree,
So
ma'am.
there must be a
I
cost
agree.
benefit
So that's
analysis
why we
on
are
things
always
that we
pushing
decide for
whenever we
our
have
ecotourism
development plans, we
sites
always
or
should
for our
consider the
ecotourism
environment if
activities
it
and
will be
events.
really
So these
affected
are
or not.
important
another question
That's
here
why
Yes.
it pays off when you do a really baseline study before you come up with programs and projects, not just you think it's brilliant, it's a brilliant idea because you've studied it for 4 years plus your masters,
why
but
is
I
it
tourism
agree,
just
ma'am.
doesn't connect
I
well
agree.
sometimes
So
with the
that's
locals.
why we are yes. always
Okay.
pushing whenever we have
um
development plans,
next
we always
question
should
to Ma'am
consider
Richelle?
the
We have
environment
a
if it will
question from
be really
Juvenile
affected or
Umapas.
not.
What are
Yes.
That's
some
why
of
it
the
pays
biggest
off when you
challenges
do
and
a really
opportunities
baseline
for
study before you come up
ecotourism?
with programs and projects, not just well, the biggest opportunity that I personally experienced in ecotourism is, of course,
I agree, ma'am.
the equal
I agree.
opportunity
So that's why we
it
are
gives to
always
local
pushing
communities
whenever we have
and of
Next
course its
question to Ma'am
accessibility
Rachel. We have a
and
question from
the
Juvenile
the power of
Umapas. What are
inclusiveness
some
because
of the
it
biggest challenges and
looks at
opportunities for
the
ecotourism?
the contribution of the local actors and it is also empowering. It's important in the long run with all these environmental emergencies happening and we will be expecting more in the coming days. Ecotourism
Next
paves way to
question
the
to Ma'am
survival
Rachel.
of the
We have a
locals
question
or of
from
the people
Juvenile
rather than
Umapas. What are some
focusing
of the biggest challenges and
on the structures
opportunities
and on
for ecotourism?
the common concept of progress that we have technology based and advancement wise. So ecotourism is more local and it's more on giving ways for survival when crisis strikes.
Next question. Agree, ma'am. Agree, ma'am Rachel. Thank you. Next question, we have a question from Miss Anne Flores. Can I ask if what is the essence of ecotourism? Essence.
The essence, I believe I can sum it up by saying that it brings social economic impact. Uh, it brings income to local
Agree, ma'am. Agree,
communities,
ma'am Rachel.
and the
Thank
essence
you.
is really
Next question, we have
giving
a question from
accounts
Miss Anne
to the
Flores.
people
Can I
who
ask if
have,
what is the essence of
been
ecotourism?
deprived of
Essence.
really good opportunities because mostly of the local actors in the ecotourism sites are not, they haven't studied like you do based on my experience because I am more focused on the remote areas
Agree, ma'am.
and I
Agree, ma'am
personally
Rachel.
experienced this from people. They
Next
don't have
question, we have a
equal
question from
access
Miss
as
Anne
you do.
Flores.
So
Can I ask
um,
if what is the
opening
essence of
ecotourism, the essence
ecotourism?
is inviting the visitors to
Essence.
come to their place and they are given access and that access really can be life changing for them. They haven't studied like
Th-
you
Thank you, Ma'am Rachel.
based on
There
my
are really
experience
a
because
lot
I
of
am
questions
more
for you.
focused on the
Okay,
remote areas
so next
and I
question.
personally
We have a
experienced
question from
this
Mr.
from people.
Hector
They don't
Sorso.
have equal
So since
access
you
as
are
you
your
do.
group
So
organized group activities
opening ecotourism, the
activities in
essence
your
is inviting the
experience, ma'am,
visitors to come
what
to
are
their
the best
place
and worst
and
part about climbing the
they are given
mountain or
access
tourist
and that
sites,
access really
especially
can be life changing
traveling
for
in a
them.
group?
Oh,
Th- Thank you, Ma'am
when you do
Rachel. There are
group
really a lot
hiking,
of questions for you.
as a team, of
Okay,
course, you have to
so
do
next
proper
question.
training
We
and
have a
planning
question from
prior
Mr.
that
Hector
prior
Sorso. So
to your
since
hike.
you are your group
So
organized group
my
activities
worst, did it
in your
mention worst
experience,
experience?
ma'am, what are the
Yes,
best and
ma'am.
worst part about climbing the mountain or tourist sites,
Worst, of
especially
course, is
traveling
highway
in a group?
or the weather rather. The weather is unpredictable in
Thank you, Ma'am
areas
Rachel. There are
like
really a lot of
Mount
questions
Maja,
for
as
you.
Mount Nangkud, Mount
Okay,
Baloy. These are
so
pristine
next
areas,
question.
and
We have a
these are
question from Mr.
rainforests, and
Hector
rainforests
Sorso.
have their
So
own
since
weather,
you are
so
your
they
group
are
organized
out
group
of your
activities
control.
in your
So as a hiker,
activities in your
it is very
experience,
important
ma'am,
as a group
what are the best and
to
worst part about
plan as a
climbing the
group as well
mountain or tourist
and
sites,
prepare
especially
yourselves there
traveling in a group?
with proper training and with
Yes.
LNT and with all the basic mountaineering
Questions for
courses
you.
that we have
Okay,
uh,
so next
attended,
question.
and
We have a
we
question from
also
Mr.
our
Hector
experiences,
Sorso. So
it
since you
paves
are
way
your
to
group
our best
organized
experiences. The best
activities
experiences, of course,
in your
are
experience, ma'am, what are the best, ma'am,
it's
worst
the
and
scenery
best
that is something that you cannot imagine and something that you cannot profoundly describe when you're there.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's something you don't see in the wild. It's free, but it's only accessible for those who have the courage and the strength to go up there, bringing their own self to their own feet. That's it.
I hope I can experience that as well, Miss Rachel. Soon, hopefully. Okay. So last three questions for Ma'am Rachel. Um,
Something that you cannot
let's
imagine
have a
and something that
question
you cannot
from Liz,
profoundly
also
describe
from
when you're
Zoom.
there.
Is poverty and
It's
politics a
something you don't
factor
see
in
in the wild.
developing economies'
It's free,
ability
but
to
it's only
capitalize on
accessible
their
for those who have the
ecotourism
courage and the
potential?
strength to go up there, bringing their own
Yes.
policies and politics and
I
poverty.
hope I can
Yes,
experience
Ma'am
that as
Richelle.
well, Miss Richelle.
Well, the good thing about
Soon,
poverty
hopefully.
is, people
Okay.
get
So last three
resilient.
questions for Ma'am
They
Richelle.
they develop resiliency. They they
Let's
become
have a
more
question
adaptive.
from
It's
Liz,
compelling
also from
to
Zoom.
adopt
Is
to the
poverty and
changes and
politics a
also to be
factor in
resilient in
developing
the long run.
economies' ability
Um,
to capitalize on
so
their
that's the good thing
ecotourism
about
potential?
poverty because it makes you survive when, for example, when the
I hope I
when
can
the
experience that
electricity
as well, Miss
or when the
Richelle.
typhoon hits and there's no
Soon,
electricity at
hopefully.
the end of the day, you go back to
So last
being
three
basic.
questions for Ma'am
So
Richelle.
that's something for the politics,
Questions from Liz,
for
also from
ecotourism.
Zoom.
Let's align it
Is
to
poverty and
ecotourism.
politics a factor in
It
developing
really
economies'
pays if
ability to
the
capitalize on their ecotourism
politicians or the
potential?
people in the offices or the leaders are environmental leaders.
Yes, Ma'am
If
Richelle.
they have the lens of proper ecotourism management and they have the foresight on ways forward on coming up with sustainable communities. So it's important that although politics can get dirty, it's important to have environmental leaders out of this pool of people who are managing our government.
Yes,
If they
ma'am. We
have the
should have
lens
more
of
officials advocating
proper
for the betterment
ecotourism
of our
management
environment.
and they have the
Yes.
foresight. Yes, in fact, I want to add, Kenneth, that in some provinces or regions, they choose their leaders if they have environmental lens or environmental leadership. So it becomes their qualification already. I think we are maturing that way. We get to
Yes, ma'am. We
notice
should
who
have
are among
more
these
officials
candidates,
advocating for the
who are
betterment of
these
our
politicians who have
environment.
those
Yes.
lens because these people are the ones who can help us when calamities strike because they can feel the people if they have environmental lens or
Thank you, Ma'am Richelle,
environmental leadership.
for that
So it
information.
becomes
Okay.
their
Last
qualification
two
already.
questions. Let's have the second one to the last. Let's
We
have
are
a
maturing that
question. We
way.
have an
We get to
anonymous
notice who
question
are
here.
among
What
these
are the things that we
candidates
are casually
who
doing
are
every
these
day
politicians who
without
have those
knowing it is
lens
a part
because
of
these
sustaining
people are the ones
ecotourism?
who can help us when oh, of course when you shower, uh you know having consciousness
Thank you,
every
Ma'am
day
Richelle,
that you
for
conserve
that
water
information.
when you open the
Okay.
faucet and
Last two
then do
questions.
some
Let's have the
conservative way
second
of
one to the last. Let's
utilizing
have
it.
a
That's
question. We have an
really
anonymous
already a
question
big
here. What
contribution.
are
That's part
the
of our
things
number
that we
three, how
are
you
casually
interpret
doing every day
ecotourism.
without knowing
Because
it is a
our
part of
water
sustaining
is,
ecotourism?
coming from the same place. It is being shared by people. And if you have that consciousness with you, you know that you are already helping
Thank
others
you, Ma'am
by
Richelle,
conserving
for
your own
that information.
water.
Okay. Last two questions.
Some
Let's have the
conservative way
second
of
one to the last. Let's have a
utilizing it.
question.
That's
Yes. Let's
really
all
already
conserve
a
water.
big contribution.
What are
That's
the
part of
yes.
our number three,
Okay.
how you
And the very
interpret
last
ecotourism.
question
Because
from April in
our
Trinidad.
water
What
is,
inspires or
coming
motivates
from the same
you
place. It
in a
is being
clan
shared by people.
trackers?
And if you have that it's an extension of myself. It's part of me bigger than myself, actually. So it's a product of my journey as a traveler. I've been to places
You, Ma'am
wherein I've
Richelle.
seen the
Yes.
worst
Let's all
of the
conserve water.
economy, the worst of climate
Yes.
and
Okay.
environmental
And the very
emergencies.
last
So my
question
exposure
from
basically
April
led
in
me to who
Trinidad.
I am now
What
and what I am
inspires or
advocating
motivates
and
you
sharing it with my
in
group.
a clan
So
trackers?
it's me opening up myself and my advocacies to others. That's why we came up with this volunteer base. But as I describe it, it's volunteer based because I don't wanna rub it to
You,
the
Ma'am
faces of the people.
Richelle.
It's hard to
Yes.
sustain
Let's
that
all
way.
conserve water.
Climate
Okay.
and
Thank you, Ma'am Richelle,
environmental
for answering
emergencies.
all
So
those
my
questions. I
exposure
hope
basically led
everyone
me to who I am
were
now
able to
and what
grasp
I
all
am
the answers
advocating
of Ma'am
and
Richelle and
sharing it
of course, everyone was
It's
inspired
me
from
opening up
Ma'am Richel's
myself and my
initiatives
advocacies to
and
others. That's why we came up
what her
with
heart
this
tells
volunteer
to
base. But
everyone that we should really
as I
take care
described
of
this,
our
it's
environment
volunteer
and
base because
we should be
I don't
responsible
wanna rabbit to
travelers
the
whenever we
faces
go
of
to
the
a
people.
certain
It's trying to
place.
sustain the
Always
people.
think of the conservation of the place. Okay. Always think that in Thank our
For
own
our
own
mental
simple
health.
steps, in our
My
own
question
simple
to you,
ways,
everyone,
we should do our were best to able to lessen our
what
carbon
all
carbon
the efforts
footprints and
and sharing it with
always
us.
always consider
It's
that
me opening
the
up myself
environment is part of our family.
yes,
Ayun,
that's why we came
yes.
up with
Okay.
this volunteer
So
base. As
in this
I
part of the
described this
program, let's
volunteer base
give our
because I don't
certificate
want to
to
rabbit
Miss
the
Richelle
faces of the
Kahilig.
people. It's trying to sustain the
Always
people.
think of the conservation of the place. Always think that in our own simple steps, in our own simple ways, reads, we should do our best to lessen our carbon footprints. Okay. Aklan State University in Ibahay Campus, College of Hospitality and Rural Resource Management Graduate Program. This certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Miss Rachel C. Kahilig in grateful acknowledgement of her expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as resource speaker on the topic ecotourism practices and responsible travel during the conduct of two-day webinar series entitled Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism held on 7 to 8 of January 2022 via Zoom platform, given the 7th day of January 2022, signed by Ms. Emily M. Arangote, SUC President 3. Okay. Can I request everyone to please turn on their screens to have a photo op with Miss Richelle Kahilig, our panelists. Will turn on their cameras. We'll have a photo op with Miss Richelle Kahilig via Zoom platform, given the 7th day of January 2022, signed by Miss Emily M. Arangote, SUC President. Okay, everyone, in 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, and last one. Let's have last picture. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Panelists. Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Richelle, for Richelle Kahilig.
You're welcome, and I see familiar faces. It's nice to see you all again. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Richelle, for giving your time for us today, and we promise to really instill all the knowledge that you have given us today. Yes. Thank you, Ma'am Richelle, again.
Thank you,
Smile.
Kenneth. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so in this part of the program, I'll also acknowledge some more schools who have participated in
You're
today's
welcome,
webinar.
and
We
I
have
see familiar faces.
people from
It's nice
Capiz
to see
State
you all
University.
again. Thank you.
We also have pamantasan ng lungsod ng Marikina. Yes, we have attendees all the way from NCR, Marikina. Yes. Thank you. In this part of the program, we are actually done for our first we're halfway actually and throughout day 2. So first we'll have our lunch break, but before we have our lunch break, we will display again our gratitude to our sponsors. And also, we would like to request everyone to please come back before 1 p.m. because at exactly 1 p.m. we will have our third speaker, and also more speakers after that. So let's enjoy our day 2 and everyone enjoy our lunch. Thank you. Before we have our lunch break, we will display again our gratitude to our sponsors, and also we would like to request everyone please come back before 1 p.m. because
Aklan State University is considered as one of the oldest institutions of learning in Western Visayas. It started as an intermediate school, formally opened in 1918. It became a secondary school in 1928 and a tertiary education institution in 1963. It was named the Aklan State College of Agriculture, or ASCA, in 1992. 7 years later, 4 institutions supervised by the Commission on Higher Education were integrated into ASCA. In 2001, then-President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo signed into law RA 1955, converting the Aklan State College of Agriculture into Aklan State University. With its 5 campuses, Manga, it was named the Aklan State College of Agriculture in Washington in 1992. Makato, 7 years later, and Ibajay, 4 institutions supervised by the
Rising from its humble beginnings as a rural farm school, Aklan State University has solidified its reputation as a prominent higher education institution in the country. Through the vision of its past presidents, Aklan State University scaled the apex as an academic pillar of excellence, improving the lives of the people, rising communities, and the country. A rural farm school. The COVID-19 pandemic threatened to stall the gains of the university as a prominent higher education institution in the country. But ASU continues to unleash its potential through the vision of its past presidents, banking on the strength of its resilient men and women as an academic pillar of excellence. Now, a new day awaits for Aklan State University and the country. With the assumption of office of its first woman president, Dr. Emily M. Arangote, SUC President 3, Aklan State University gears up, revs up, and ready to set sail as a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, a new day awaits for Aklan State University. The Asia-Pacific region is going to be a tempestuous territory. With the assumption of office, we will sail through uncharted seas, Great out storms in the journey. But with all the men and women of Aklan State University as able sailors, and Dr. Emily M. Arangote at the helm, steering the boat. Surely, the horizon is clear, and the shore within reach. ASU, let's row the boat together towards one direction to become a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region. Sailors and Dr. Emily M. Arangote steering the boat. Surely, the horizon is clear and the shore within reach. ASU, let's row the boat together towards one direction to become a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region.
Boracay, one of the world's best islands where you can enjoy the crystal clear blue waters and powdery white sand beach. But beyond the shores of Boracay, you will find a place where you can also enjoy exciting and delightfully scenic nature-based tourism activities. Welcome to mainland Malay, an ecotourism haven. From beach and hills to rivers and springs, one of the world's best islands. Name it, you can enjoy the crystal clear blue waters and powdery white sand. But beyond the shores of Boracay, you will find a place where you can also enjoy exciting and delightfully scenic nature. First stop, let me welcome you to Bongbong Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in the land, a secluded and peaceful place where you can relax and enjoy your moment, just you and the sound of the crashing waves on the shore. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbong Beach. Wake up in Bongbong Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most peaceful place where you can relax and enjoy your moment, just you and the sound of the crashing waves. Enjoying peace and serenity in a fine white sand beach. What more can you ask for? Wake up. Bali feels? You'll have it here. Welcome to Vinewood Tubao. It is one of the newest tourism sites here in Barangay Naaso in mainland Malay. Peace and serenity in a fine white sand beach. Vinewood Tuhaw has many different features that surely you will love and enjoy. This place is also ideal for overnight and camping activities. Vinewood Tuhaw has many different features that surely you will love and enjoy. This place is also ideal for overnight and camping activities. The relaxing scenic views can calm your weary heart and ease your mind from the busyness of life. One of the most visited tourism destination here in Barangay Naaso is the Lighthouse Cafe. The relaxing scenic views can calm your weary heart. How I would perfectly describe this beautiful place? Breathtaking. This place is ideal for friends and family bonding. It is also a perfect place for sunset viewing. After the enjoyable tour of the Wonder Beach and hills of Naaso, it's time to get cool and drenched in Aglagan Mini Falls. How I would perfectly describe this beautiful place? Breathtaking. Located in Barangay Kabulihan, this mini falls and cold spring is ideal as a picnic place, favorably during summer because of its inviting water that beats the summer heat. It is also a perfect place for sunset viewing. After the enjoyable tour of Wonder Beach and hills of Naaso, it's time to get cool and drenched in Aglagan Mini Falls. How I would perfectly describe this place. Located in Barangay Kabulihan, this mini falls and cold spring is ideal as a picnic. So let's get cool and drenched where the forest and rocks meet the spring. From the cold spring to the pristine waters of the Baoy. Dubbed as the home of the pristine waters of Malay, this place is perfect for landing and get-together. So let's get cool and drenched where the forest and rocks meet the spring. From the cold, when your tummy starts to feel hungry, dine in, as the Baoy is also a home to some of the most delicious local dishes. Dubbed as the home of the pristine waters of Malay, this place is perfect for landing and from the crystal clear blue waters and the powdery white sand beach of Boracay, we bring you the best of our town. This is Malay, our home, your destination. This place is crystal clear blue waters and the powdery white sand beach of Boracay, we bring you the best of our town. This is Malay, our home, your destination.
Hey participants, as you are about to learn and enjoy on the comfort of your home, to make this seminar amazing and productive, kindly follow these simple rules. Number 1. In line with the Data Privacy Act, we would like to inform you that this online training is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. 2. Be on time. Be here 5 minutes before the online training starts. 3. Turn off your microphone. If you would like to speak, click the hand raise icon, then wait for the facilitator to address your concern. Number 4. Use the chat function. You may also send your question and concern in the chat option. It will be addressed during Q&A. 5. Take down notes. Writing down notes will help you remember important concepts from the training. 6. Be polite and courteous at all times. And number 7, don't forget to accomplish the attendance and evaluation right after the training. The training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Writing down notes will help you remember important concepts from the training. 6. Be polite and courteous at all times. And number 7, don't forget to accomplish the attendance and evaluation right after the training. The training is about to start. Sit back, learn, and enjoy. God bless us all. Writing down notes will help you remember important concepts from the training. 6.
Aklan State University is considered as one of the oldest institutions of learning in Western Visayas. It started as an intermediate school, formally opened in 1918. It became a secondary school in 1928 and a tertiary education institution in 1963. It was named the Aklan State College of Agriculture or ASCA in 1992. 7 years later, 4 institutions supervised by the Commission on Higher Education were integrated into ASCA. In 2001, then-President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo signed into law RA 1955, converting the Aklan State College of Agriculture into Aklan State University, with its 5 campuses: Banga, it was named the Kalibo, State College of Agriculture, New Washington in 1992, Makato, 7 years later, and Ibajay, institutions supervised by the
Rising from its humble beginnings as a rural farm school, Aklan State University has solidified its reputation as a prominent higher education institution in the country. Through the vision of its past presidents, Aklan State University scaled the apex as an academic pillar of excellence, improving the lives of the people, rising communities, and the country. As a rural farm school, the COVID-19 pandemic threatened to stall the gains of the university as a prominent higher education institution in the country. But ASU continues to unleash its potential, the vision of its past presidents, banking on the strength of its resilient men and women, an academic pillar of excellence. Improving now, the lives of a new day awaits for Aklan State University. With the assumption of office of its first woman president, Dr. Emily M. Arangote, SUC President 3, Aklan State University gears up, revs up, and ready to set sail as a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, the new day awaits for Aklan State University. The Asia-Pacific region is going to be a tempestuous territory with the assumption of office we will sail through uncharted seas, grayed-out storms in the journey. But with all the men and women of Aklan State University as able sailors, and Dr. Emily M. Arangote at the helm, steering the boat, sure, the horizon is clear and the shore within reach. ASU, let's row the boat together towards one direction to become a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region. And Dr. Emily M. Arangote at the helm, steering the boat. Sure, the horizon is clear and the shore within reach. ASU, let's row the boat together towards one direction to become a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region.
Boracay, one of the world's best islands where you can enjoy the crystal clear blue waters and powdery white sand beach. But beyond the shores of Boracay, you will find a place where you can also enjoy exciting and delightfully scenic nature-based tourism activities. Welcome to mainland Malay, an ecotourism haven. From beach and hills to rivers and springs, one of the world's best islands. Name it, you can enjoy the crystal clear blue waters and powdery white sand. But beyond the shores of Boracay, you will find a place where you can also enjoy exciting and delightfully scenic nature. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbong Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most underrated beach in Aklan, a secluded and peaceful place where you can relax and enjoy your moment, just you and the sound of the crashing waves on the shore. First up, let me welcome you to Bongbong Beach. Wake up in Bongbong Beach. One of the best experiences that one can ever have is waking up in one of the most just you and the sound of the crashing waves. Enjoying peace and serenity in a fine white sand beach. What more can you ask for? Wake up. Bali feels? You'll have it here. Welcome to Vinewood Tubao. It is one of the newest tourism sites here in Barangay Naaso in mainland Malay. Peace and serenity in a fine white sand beach. Vinewood Tuhaw has many different features that surely you will love and enjoy. This place is also ideal for overnight and camping activities. Vinewood Tuhaw has many different features that surely you will love and enjoy. This place is also ideal for overnight and camping activities. The relaxing scenic views can calm your weary heart and ease your mind from the busyness of life. One of the most visited tourism destination here in Barangay Naasog is the Lighthouse Cafe. The relaxing scenic views can calm your weary heart. How I would perfectly describe this beautiful place? Breathtaking. This place is ideal for friends and family bonding. It is also a perfect place for sunset viewing. After the enjoyable tour in the Wonder Beach and hills of Naasog, it's time to get cool and drenched in Agnadan Falls. How I would perfectly describe this beautiful place? Breathtaking. Located in Barangay Kabulihan, Mini Falls and Cold Spring is ideal as a picnic place, favorably during summer because of its inviting water that beats the summer heat. It is also a perfect place for sunset viewing. After the enjoyable tour of Wonder Beach and hills of Naasog, it's time to get cool and drenched in Agnadan Falls. How I would perfectly describe this beautiful place? Located in Barangay Kabulihan, so let's get cool and drenched where the forest and rocks meet the spring. From the cold spring to the pristine waters of Nabaoy. Dubbed as the home of the pristine waters of Malay, this place is perfect for landing and get-together. Let's get cool and drenched where the forest and rocks meet the spring. From the cold, when your tummy starts to feel hungry, dine in, as the Baoy is also a home to some of the most delicious local dishes. Dubbed as the home of the pristine waters of Malay, this place is perfect for landing and get-together. Crystal clear blue waters and the powdery white sand beach of Boracay, we bring you the best of our town. This is Malay, our home, your destination.
State University is considered as one of the oldest institutions of learning in Western Visayas. It started as an intermediate school, formally opened in 1980. It became a secondary school in 1928 and a tertiary education institution in 1963. It was named the Aklan State College of Agriculture or ASCA in 1992. 7 years later, 4 institutions supervised by the Commission on Higher Education were integrated into ASCA. In 2001, then-President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo signed into law RA 1955, converting the Aklan State College of Agriculture into Aklan State University, with its 5 campuses: Banga, it was named the Kalibo, State College of Agriculture, New Washington, in 1992. Makato, 7 years later, and Ibajay, institutions supervised by the
Rising
Commission
from its
on
humble
Higher
beginnings as a rural farm school, Aklan
2001,
State University has solidified its reputation as a prominent higher education institution in the country. Through the vision of its past presidents, Aklan State University scaled the apex as an academic pillar of excellence, improving the lives of the people, rising communities, and the country. As a rural farm school, the COVID-19 pandemic threatened to stall the gains of the university as a prominent higher education institution in the country. But ASU continues to unleash its potential, the vision of its past presidents, banking on the strength of its resilient men and women as an academic pillar of excellence. Now, a new day awaits for Aklan State University in the country. With the assumption of office of its first woman president, Dr. Emily M. Arangote, SUC President 3, Aklan State University gears up, revs up, and ready to set sail as a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, a new day awaits for Aklan State. The Asia-Pacific region is going to be a tempestuous territory. With the assumption of office, we will sail through uncharted seas, wait out storms in the journey. But with all the men and women of Aklan State University as able sailors, and Dr. Emily M. Arangote at the helm, steering the boat, sure, the horizon is clear and the shore within reach. ASU, let's row the boat together towards one direction to become a leading university in the Asia-Pacific region.
organizers and also to our audiences and also to our speakers and VIPs who are also present with us right now for the next part of our program, which is we will have our third speaker. So I guess everyone is all set for this afternoon session. So let's proceed to our program or webinar. Let me call on Miss Mayfe Samonte to introduce our third speaker. To our speakers and VIPs who are also
A pleasant afternoon to all. Our first speaker for this afternoon's webinar series completed his electronics and communications engineering at De La Salle, Manila, and completed his master's in business administration, major in marketing at the same university. He started his career in the IT industry, being a software engineer for Fujitsu 10 Software and Accenture. Having an entrepreneur mindset, he started exquisite photography in Tagbilaran, Bohol, specializing in portrait and wedding photography. After 7 years in wedding photography industry, he settled in Iloilo to help his father set up the Ephrata Farm. It is a premier farm tourism destination in Western Visayas. As the general manager of Ephrata Farms, he is greatly involved in the general operations and TESDA Farm School that he managed at Ephrata. He was recognized as one of the top 10 wedding photographers in the Philippines in the year 2013 to 2015 by the Wedding and Portrait Photographers of the Philippines. He is also the 2018 Department of Agriculture's Regional Gawad Saka Awardee. He is greatly welcome and give virtual applause to Engineer Ed Roderick Canito. He was recognized as one of the top 10 wedding in the Philippines in the year 2013 to 2015 by the Wedding and Portrait Photographers of the Philippines. He is also the 2018 Department of Agriculture's Regional Gawad.
So again, it's a great privilege for me to share again about tourism, specifically agri-tourism to everyone, because we've been doing this for several years already. In fact, Department of Tourism here in Western Visayas has already tapped our services to introduce agri-tourism in our region. Because of this, in the past 2 years, we've been having this series of webinars, and before even pandemic, we had face-to-face again, it's a great privilege trainings of how to start your agri-tourism business. And because of this drive of Department of Tourism in Western Visayas, before there were only around 7 to 12 agri-tourism accredited in Western Visayas. Now, from my last data, I think we are already around 42 or 43. In fact, before mas madami pa ang Western Visayas na agri-tourism accredited by DOT as compared to the number 1, which is Region 4 before. So because of this drive, there are more farms that are being open for tourists. So again, it's a great privilege for me to start this training. So let me share to you our experiences on how we started Ephrata Farms, and perhaps you have your dreams of your farm opening to the tourists, and this is a good guide for you to start. So this will lessen the mistakes, this will lessen the expenses in your tuition fee, as we call it, because of these lessons. Okay, so follow me as I introduce to you again, it's a great privilege for me to. Now, there is one reason why people travel and have a vacation. Regardless of the type of tourism that you have or you are offering, people generally travel and have a vacation for one or more of these reasons. Like, number one, they travel because they want to spend time with friends or family. They just want to relax and have a good time. they want to have an adventure or improve their health and well-being. That's why we have this health tourism. Take a break from their everyday lives, learn something. People generally travel and reminisce on nostalgia. You want to go back to your province where you grew up. So going back there brings back the nostalgia. And as a Filipino, this is what we do always. We have a vacation, we go visit some place because there is a special occasions like birthday, anniversaries, or any occasion usually for Filipinos. Now, agritourism venture is not planned or refined. That is why it is important to remember that people do not visit the farm or an agritourism farm to participate in agritourism because they just want to see plantation of corn, they just want to see vegetables. People visit for the overall experience. Those who choose to visit an agritourism operations are likely seeking a new and enjoyable experience. Unlike what happens in their everyday lives and maybe unfamiliar with farm style. That's why they want to visit a farm because of the experience they can get from visiting that farm. They may also be seeking a connection to a local farm to understand and appreciate where their food comes from. So this is the appreciation of where their food comes from. And also to gain a better understanding of the farming lifestyle and also to reminisce childhood experiences on a farm. Lalo na yung mga probinsyano, they want to go back to the farm. And they want their children to experience a few days of the farm life. So, when developing an agritourism operation, it is important to carefully craft the experiences you create for your customers. Since we have a unique fan base or a unique type of customers, we should craft experiences that are sometimes beyond other tourism business offers. So, by definition, let me define farm tourism first. Farm tourism basically is the merging of agriculture and tourism. Basically, it is a practice of a farm owners opening their farms to visitors for educational and recreational purposes. It covers attractions like activities, services, and amenities, as well as other resources of the area to promote an appreciation of the local culture, heritage, and traditions through personal contact with the local people. Well, now if you're still not familiar about farm tourism, let me open your eyes to what agritourism is. I'll play a video of the local agritourism, what we have here in the Philippines. I'm showing this to you so you will have an idea one way or the other, or probably spark an idea in your mind that this might be doable in my farm. So let me play this of the local culture, heritage, and traditions through personal contact with the local people. Well, now if you're still not familiar about farm tourism, let me open your eyes to what agritourism is. I'll play a video of the local agritourism, what we have here in the Philippines. Showing this to you so you will have an idea one way or the other, or probably spark an idea in your mind that this might be sources of the local culture, heritage, and personal contact with the local people. Well, now if you're still not familiar about farm tourism, let me open your eyes to what agritourism is. I'll play a video of the local agritourism, what we have here. Showing this to you, so you have an idea one way or the other. Probably spark an idea in your mind. Alright, so those are typically what tourists can do in a farm. So I had this experience. Now, here are some series of farm tours I had while I was in Taiwan. The thing to point out here is we are not only doing sightseeing, but we are here to experience firsthand experiential learning. Not only where our eyes are stimulated with a view, beautiful view, our senses like touch and smell are also stimulated because of this experience. So what we did here, we had a farm visit in one of the wineries in Taiwan. So when we went there, after viewing the farm, we were introduced into one portion of their farm where we are able to taste their wine. So na-taste namin yung different wines that they do. So the experience here is not only were our eyes taste the wines that they do. So because of that, we were able to buy some of those wines. So the experience here is what we did here. We had tasting of the products that the farm creates. So we also went in one of the farm. Mind you, their only product was, or their only thing that they share there is their guyabano, their guava trees. So before we were able to see the guava trees, we had a little orientation of what byproducts guava has, and after the orientation, we were given a plastic. We also go ahead and pick all the guava that you want. Okay, so the experience here is we were able to pick only 3 guavas that we choose. So the next experience is we visited this dairy farm in Taiwan, where we were able to have an experience to feed the animals. They have here an honesty store. You just drop $10 Taiwan dollars and you get the feeds, and you will be able to feed the goats. So the experience here is you were able to feed the goats. So not every day, especially for people who live in the city, not every day you can feed the goats. So the experience here is feeding the goats. Dairy farm in Taiwan. So this is also a part where we feed the goats, and the goats would go up the ramp and eat the feeds that we put there. So that is the experience. Now, when we start, before you start your agri-tourism business, there are steps that I suggest that you must do. Step 1, this must come from you. At first, you have to have a mindset that farming is a business and not just a hobby, because sometimes when we engage in this type of business, when we say, oh, this is just my hobby and it's not a business, when we start, mind you, this will not be sustainable. But if you think of it as a business, this undertaking must generate itself so it can be sustainable. Okay? So it must generate income so this farm can be sustainable. So step one, have a mindset of farming as a business and not as a hobby. Engage in this type. Next, you have to define the product you can offer. That's step number 2. Mind you, this will not be sustainable. So, but if you before you even put up the first brick and mortar in your dream agri-tourism venue, consider first, what will you be offering to your guests? You have to develop here your farm products that you can offer or you can sell to your clients. Now, when doing this, there are only 2 things that you can offer. Number 1 is product, and the number 2 is services. You can only offer products and services. So the question here is, what products can my farm offer? And what services can my farm offer right now? Now, it is easier to start something big with something small that you already have with you right now. So think about this. Before you even start doing or product testing, know first what you have right now. So the question is, ask this yourself, what do I have right now? What do I have in my farm now? And what farm products can I sell now? Do I have a natural feature in my farm, like a waterfall, probably a river stream that I can bank on as a tourist attraction? Or do I have something unique to offer right now? For example, a unique feature can be, many years ago, your farm was probably an historical site. Something historic happened there in your farm. So you can bank on this unique feature, because not all farms can have that feature. Another question, what can I add now to complement my farm? This is what I have right now. What can I add to complement that farm? So I can add products and services that I can offer to people. And
years ago, your farm
ask this yourself.
probably
Are you ready as owner to pursue farm tourism? Because this is not for everyone. Sometimes you want to go to retirement because you want to have peace of mind. But if you're this type of person that you don't want to be bothered, early in the morning someone will knock. What can I add? Excuse me, sir, can I visit your farm and have a farm tour? If you don't like visitors, opening or making your farm as an agritourism venture is this is not for you. So if you are an owner who wants to share experience, or you want to open your doors to the public and you're happy accommodating people, probably this one is for you. And another question is, don't want to be bothered. Now, do I have enough manpower to pursue farm tourism? Because this is not a one-man show. You cannot do everything here by yourself. If you don't like visitors, so let's proceed to step number 3. When you plan for this, you should have a clear business model. Step number 3. When you say a clear business model, you have clear income generating streams for your power to pursue venture, because meaning these are the business, small businesses inside your business, big business, that can generate money or income for you to make it sustainable. Like in Efata Farms, we identified 5 business models, and this is how we work in Efata Farms. Number 1, our business model is in farm production and agritourism, meaning we are a working farm. We produce the vegetables and fruits and we sell them, and through the selling of this produce we gain income. And also agritourism, we open our doors to the public, and of course they have to pay for the entrance fee. So they can go inside. And another business model is we are also a farm resort, meaning we have these facilities where we can accept tourists for leisure. Like hotels, they want to spend their overnight stay here. We have swimming pools, and we have adventure activities like zip line, wall climbing, rappelling, something like that. And also third, we identified another source of income where we are a wedding destination venue, because we have this unique glass chapel that's considered actually the top 12 wedding chapels here in the Philippines. So, accepting guests for their wedding, this is one of our business models. Also, we produce fish for aquatourism and do fresh fish production. So we have income streams coming from this. And now, our last business model is we develop our farm to be a farm school. That is why we are an accredited learning site by the Agricultural Training Institute, or ATI, and we are also accredited by TESDA. So we have registered courses here that we produce fish for undergoing. So basically, we are a farm school. We teach farmers or people who want to know about farming, and we gain income from being a farm school. So it's clear, no? We have 5 business models where we generate income. So as you do your business planning, think about your business model. Saan ba ako pwedeng kumita? Because kung ang business model mo ay walang pinagkakakitaan, and then your business is just all about expenses, this will not be sustainable. Remember, our pockets and our banks is not bottomless unless you are the richest man in the world. Anyway, let's proceed to step number 4. Now, what is your unique selling point or your USP? Think about, does your farm have a USP or unique selling point? So when you say unique selling point, this is really what is important in the experiential economy. as visitors have more and more choices about where to go and how to spend their time and money doing this, it is important to make your business unique and provide experiences customers will perceive as valuable and worthwhile. The economy has evolved into an experience economy, meaning consumers seek out unique and engaging experiences and are willing to pay premium price. Remember this, they're willing to pay kahit mas mahal pa as long as they are satisfied with the experience that they will have when they do this. So as we craft our strategies in starting our agri-tourism venture, it would be great if you have an USP to offer, or a unique selling point to offer to your customers to differentiate you from the rest. Okay, let me give an example now where you can have USP. There are 4 points or 4 categories where you can make a USP. Number 1, it can be a unique feature in your farm. With the experience that they will have. Second, it can be a unique event that you made, no, na dyan lang pwede mangyari sa'yo. It can be a unique food or a unique activity or experience that your customers can do. So, think about these 4 selling points. Now, let me give you some examples for you to follow. Example ng unique selling points. Look at this picture. This is the rice paddy art of Japan in Anomori Prefecture. You know, yung nakikita yung design done, that is actually the color of the rice. Hindi nila pininturahan yan, but that's the natural color of the rice. So, they plant the rice in such a way that when it's ready or mature, the colors will go out and the colors will produce this unique art. So imagine this. So this is an example, no? So the people will plant the rice, and eventually as the rice grows, the real color will go out, and then you can see there's a unique art there. So people will go there just to see this because it's unique. So this is farm tourism action having a unique feature. Look at this squash dome in Taiwan. This is an example, no? So usually when we plant pumpkin or squash, usually nasa ground lang, no? But this time instead of having it crawl in the ground, they have it there in sa taas, no? So because of that, it's like a dome art there. So people will go there just actually when you go closer, tinali lang nila yung squash dome just to make it real good. And then after your tour, you will visit their restaurant. They will offer unique food. This is their baked pumpkin. Napakasarap po. Plant pumpkin or squash. Now, this is also a unique feature. This is what Allied Botanical Corporation in Pangasinan did. They made a sunflower maze because they are a seed company. So, they want to showcase their flower seeds. So, what they did, they offer their place, their farm for people to come in. Pero ang ginawa nila, they planted the sunflower in such a way that it will be a maze. So, they said, they were averaging around 5,000 to 8,000 visitors per day. Ganun po kadami. And they were even surprised because this is the first time that happened. They made ginawa ito sa Philippines. So people flocked there and went there. Kasi alam mo, Filipinos mahilig magpa-picture, mahilig mag-selfie. So that is the reason. Actually, we did it also in Ephrata Farms. In fact, nagka-record sales din kami during this 2-week period. Napakadami po ng tao as far as different provinces here in Western Visayas. They went in because some people really haven't seen sunflower and they want to see firsthand how the sunflower looks like. Okay, so as I visit Taiwan, I visit Taichung flower farm. No? Ginawa nila, this used to be rice field, but tinaniman nila ng celosia. It's a flowering plant, and instead of rice, they planted flowers, and then they made a parang gawa-gawa na grand piano. This is basically para for picture taking purposes lang. So it's a unique feature. In fact, what they do, on one side, there's already the view ready flowers, and on the other side of the farm, andyan naman yung ready for planting. Meaning, pag namatay na yung mga flowers on this side, they will just move the grand piano and transfer it on the other side. So, palit-palit lang. So, diskarte lang ng farm. Okay? So, as you can see, they made flowers in such a way that it's also an art. For picture-taking purposes lang. So, it's a unique feature. Okay, so I visited also the Flying Cow Farm in Taiwan. So, they offer here a unique food. So, when we had, this is what we had for dinner. Shabu-shabu style. But mind you, something unique here is, instead of the usual beef or pork broth soup base, our soup base was milk base. Meaning, our soup was gatas. And even our drinks is not soft drinks, it's yogurt milk. So everything is milk. So this is my first time to eat shabu-shabu, but the soup base is milk. Right, that's unique. And also, we went to a mushroom farm in Taiwan, but this is where we experienced all the type of mushrooms that they are growing. Shabu-shabu style, so we were able to taste the mushroom that they were growing. So unique experience. Then when you go out after your lunch, you will experience, this is their shop, and everything you see there is mostly coming from mushroom or our mushroom byproducts, like there is mushroom chips, different flavors of mushroom chips. This is where we experience. And here in the Philippines, we have this great experience of grape picking, what we have in the mushroom that farm. This is already a unique activity that you can do in your farm. Or instead of grapes, you can also do. And everything you see there is here. It's a unique activity. You can do rice planting, because not all people have experienced planting rice. So probably this activity that you can ask your tourists to do. And you can have a pick and pay activity. You're growing fruits and vegetables around the farm, they pick, and then they wait, and then they pay. So this is an activity that they can do. This is the strawberry picking that you can do in Trinidad, Benguet. You can do rice planting. Also, just an ordinary Carabao ride is already a unique activity. Not all people have experienced riding a Carabao. So this is unique. Also, for overnight stays, this is what we did. No? There are DIY activities. Since this is we visited a flower, a dairy farm. What we did at night, para maaliw kami, strawberry picking here. We were given raw materials and we baked our own muffins just in using their cow's milk. So this is an experience that you can also do in your farm. Okay, so let's go to step number 5 na tayo. For overnight stays. Now, this is the time to set up your farm business. Set up your farm business that is ready for tourists. Meaning, set up mo yung business mo, not just for yourself or your family, but it's also ready for tourists or ready to accept tourists. So these are the questions that you have to answer before you do this. Ask yourself, is the farm na ginawa ko, and personal ready to accept tourists? Ready na ba kayo mag-accept ng tourists? Is my place safe from tourists? Safe ba? Pag pumunta kami doon, hindi kami ma-aksidente, wala bang huhulog na mga objects from the trees, something like that. Are the walkways clear of debris? Is it safe for tourists? So these are the questions. Next question, do we have the staff to cater to the needs of the guests? Because this is not a one-man show. Kung ikaw lang mag-isa for everything, mapapagod po kayo. Ako nagsasabi sa inyo. And then last is, do I have the personal to maintain the site? Building the site is easiest. Maintaining the site is the more difficult side. Specifically, pag may mga tanim ka, ang ganda yung sa umpisa. But if you don't maintain gardening, giving a fertilizer, cutting, one day your farm will look like a forest. So maintaining it is very important. Now, set up your farm tourism business as a real business. So, all business have names. So, make sure that you have a name for your farm. And when you concoct a name for your farm. Have a good reason behind the name of the farm. Meaning your name should have a meaning. Why did you select that name? And as much as possible, your farm name should be easy to remember. Now, set up your farm tourism business because it's so difficult if your farm. Let's visit the integrated blah 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 blah. Before you forgot the farm. No? You have a name for your farm. For example, your farm is like, oh, let's go to Dizon Farm. Let's go to Ephrata Farm. Let's go to Orchard Valley Farm. Something like that. It's easier to remember. And of course, make it legal. No? Register your name with DTI or STC. Should be easy to remember. Before you even put up the brick and mortar or the buildings and the facilities, make sure you have a site development plan. It's document where you place all infrastructure or your vision or future plans in a written form. Example, location of utilities like where is your energy source, your water source, water tank, and etc. Kasi before you build a building, make sure na naplano mo na, layout mo na lahat-lahat. Kasi mamaya, nilagay mo yung reception area mo dito, tapos, ay, parang mali. Hindi naman madali ilipat yung building to one place. So before you do that, make a site development plan first, where you can see where your buildings are. Your road network is very important. Kung saan dadaan yung tao, yung tourists, and even the vehicles, where they will park their vehicles, something like that. So make a site development plan first. So make sure na you can consult an architect or an engineer to do this. This is reception area mo dito. And when doing business, it's very important to mind your accounting. So set up an accounting system because you will not have an headache, specifically pag sumikat na kayo, lalapitan na kayo ni DIR. So paper forms for procurement, payments, requests, withdrawals, financial statements. Set up an accounting system. Much better if you have an accountant or a bookkeeper in the house. Then comply with all legal permits like mayor's permit, BIR, etc. And then, set up your phone, email, website, Facebook, and Instagram accounts. Even if hindi ka nag-Instagram account muna for today, set up nyo na. Kasi baka your name of your farm might be makagamitin or mag-set up na hindi pala kayo yun. And then, set up the organization. When I say the organization, this is your human resources. You set up your human resources. Comply with draw an organizational chart for you to be guided and see the setup, who the boss is, no? Even your mga tao nyo makita kung sino yung supervisor and everything. So prepare your human resources because you know what? Set up nyo na kasi baka your personal can either make you or break you. Hindi pala kayo. Pagpalpak yung personal mo, most likely palpak din yung services nyo na ino-offer sa iba, and then that's bad for business. Okay? So, set up your organization or define your organization. Like for Ephrata Farms, this is what we did, no? We separated them into different businesses like hotel and restaurant, administration, farming, maintenance. In hotel and restaurant, nandiyan yung personnel for kitchen, housekeeping, and banquet staff. For administration, there's the people for the reception, sales and marketing, the accounting, the treasury, the HRD, security, and store personnel because we have a store. For farming, it's depende kung ilan yung farm mo, no? Kami may farm 1, 2, 3, 4, poultry, piggery, livestock. And very important, no, the maintenance. Hotel and restaurant, at least merong in-house ka na electrical, plumber, carpentry, or mechanic. Kasi pag may nasira na electricity or line sa inyo and then you're the middle of event, mahirap tumawag ng crew just to fix that, no? So it's good if you have this in-house, no? Electrical and mechanical. And we have swimming pool personnel, maintenance, ground maintenance, the one that keeps the garden at least clean and perfectly trimmed. And then carpool are drivers. Also, we have this consolidation business where we have the packaging department, the delivery, and the supermarket, the merchandisers, the people who are selling our produce in SM. And processing, no? Because we have meat processing and food processing. So, different business considerations. Okay? And also, since you are an agri-tourism business and you deal with tourists, so it's very important that you create a tour or have a tour guide that can know about the history and story of the farm. They can relate it and tell it in a story form to your guests, and they can explain the activities of the farm. They can also explain the products and products of the farm and knows how to sell them. Very important. No? So different people can also know how to sell your products and services, because this will give income to your business. And of course, security. So it's very when I say security, that there's in place uniform security guards, because there's no sense of security pag pumasok ka sa isang establishment, nakita mo anyone can go inside. But you feel secure when you see there's someone at the door stopping you and asking you bakit ka papasok, what, something like that. So there's a sense of security when they see a uniformed personnel or a guard. Okay, and then when you upgrade or organize your human resources, you have to train your staff well before you open them to the public. They have to be trained with the products and services that you offer and the knowledge of the facility. For example, of knowledge facility, usually the number one question of the visitor when they arrive, where is your CR? So at least your personnel can point the nearest restroom to your guest. Okay, and then be a salesman. When you say salesman, mostly the people would know, your person would know how much you are selling this, how much your services like this, so they can also be your salesman. And of course, train your site guide, someone who can tour your guests around your farm. And if you can do this, meet the industry standards, like test the standards in housekeeping and situ, in cookery, in reception, in farming, and etc. Meet the industry standards, so you will be at par with other companies. And always update the knowledge of your staff. Like this one, yearly we update our staff's knowledge by tinatawag namin yung fire department to train our staff. So just in case, in terms of emergency, they know how to react. They also know how to do first aid in cookery, in reception, first aid sa mga in terms of nagkasugat or in terms of health emergencies. And very important, this will also make your business venture unique by creating a culture of excellence. Like in Efata Farms, we ask our employees na every time you see a guest, make sure you greet each visitor good morning or good afternoon. It's a must for our employees. Now you teach also your staff how to take photos, kasi the visitors are there to take photos, and sometimes yung photographer ay palaging wala sa picture. So let your staff offer, sir, can I be your photographer so you can join the group? So teach them how to take photos. Napakadali naman magkuha ng pictures. And we also provide spiritual guidance to our staff. That's why every Monday morning we have a Bible study before at the start of the week. And this is our culture of excellence here at Efrata Farms. We do not allow smoking, vaping, or alcoholic beverages, and no gambling inside the farm. This separates us from the other farms or tourism ventures. And step number 6. Let's go to step number 6. Work out the resources or facilities and amenities required to support Let's support our farm tourism vision. So we have to set up the facilities, amenities, kasi we have to support the needs of the tourists coming in. It's very important, no? Imagine your farm. Don't say na, kasi farm lang kami, no? But when you have a guest, tapos tatanong sila, pwede po bang mag-CR? And you point them to the nearest banana tree. and amenities
that's really bad, no? Because you don't have the facilities for a simple toilet, no, clean restroom, no. That's very bad. So you set up the required facilities needed for you, needed by your tourists. So how do you do this? So some facilities required by tourists. Number one, you have to have your receiving area. It doesn't have to be a air conditioned something. It can be indigenous construction material as raw materials. Because you have to have a receiving area. So when they arrive, they know where to go. They have a place where they can ask, what can you offer? What can we do here in your farm? So receiving area for guests. Of course, you have to have a restroom facility that is nearby and accessible. Of course, making it very clean. They say that a facility can be judged if it's properly maintained. Just look at the restroom. If the restroom is clean and mabango, it is properly, the site is properly maintained. And have a parking space. They have a place and security in the facility and a defined, safe, and comfortable walkways kung saan sila dadaan. Ayaw natin yung may walkways na saan dadaan yung guests and pati yung mga dahon ay ginaganon pa nila when they very clean. So it must be defined, safe, and comfortable. Resting area for tourists. When I say resting area, they can spend some few minutes to sit down and have a rest. Recreational facilities like swimming pool, and have line space. Any simple recreational facilities will do. And option to purchase food and drinks. Kasi even if you don't have a restaurant, at least they will ask for water. So at least, no, mapapagod at mauuhaw touring your farm. So at least they have an option to purchase food and drinks in your farm. Now, other support services that's needed for your tourists, a standby generator, especially if you have an overnight stay. It's really bad, no, at the middle of the night nag-brown out by accident and then you don't have a standby generator. Even if you don't have a restaurant, it's really bad. So that's why you have to have a standby generator. And when you register as a resort in DOT, Department of Tourism, they would require a comprehensive GLI or General Liability Insurance. No? This is for the safety and protection of your tourists. And of course, you have to have your maintenance staff, someone to sweep the floor, someone to trim the garden, someone to throw the garbage and everything. Maintenance staff is very important in maintaining the farm. And in place fire safety protocols, you have to have this, and medical emergency response team. Meaning, you don't really have to have a doctor or a nurse in your farm, but at least your personnel have this knowledge in first aid and they know what to do in terms of emergency. They know where to call and who to call in terms of emergency. Now, in creating customer experience, creating meaningful experiences for visitors is not simply about entertaining them, making them happy. It's about engaging with them. No? You have to engage with your customers. When you say engage customers, what does that mean? Engaged customers do not just look, see, taste, and listen, no, to what you are offering them, but they participate. They dig in to what you want them to do. They participate. As a successful agritourism business should create experiences to engage its visitors on several levels and in different ways. Think about how you might create experiences to help engage visitors in the following ways. Let's take a look at this. In creating customer experiences, create ways for your visitors to be. Anong ibig sabihin ng to be? As a successful agritourism, to focus on creating setting, encouraging visitors to enjoy their surroundings and let go of their responsibilities on several levels and in different ways. Make sure about yung place mo talagang when they go there, I can relax here. I'm stress-free when I visit this place. That's why when you do that, to accomplish that, you have to design spaces and settings encouraging visitors to come, sit down, and stay for a while. For example, no, just a simple hammock to focus on in the middle of the trees. No, lagay mo dyan, no, they can just sit down and relax and take a look of the environment and enjoy your farm. No? Consider creating inviting, comfortable, and interesting, authentic spaces. For example, including rocking chairs, hammocks, a wooden burning stove, or farm-related decorations, so they can feel your farm. Remember, the longer they stay in your farm, the more possibilities of income to generate for you because paggutom yan, mauuhaw yan. So, it's your opportunity to sell. And you can also create customer experience by creating things for visitors to do. Comfortable and interesting. Create activities to allow guests to become completely immersed in the experiences. Parang talagang nakakalimutan nila lahat because they want to feed the fish, they want to fish and catch, they want to catch a fish. Something like that, no? Create things for your visitors to do. To generate. Or ask this question, are there things participants can actively do in your farm? And ask this yourself. And think about ways you can encourage guests to do something outside of the ordinary. Create activities to allow guests to become completely immersed and create opportunities for visitors to learn. There are educational experiences you can create to allow guests to absorb information and events in an interactive manner. Opportunities for guests to experience their creative muscles, no? Can be created by posing questions to guests and allowing guests to ask questions as well. Ways you can encourage guests to do something. That means you interact, you ask them, naintindihan nyo ba? And then when they ask back, you tell them something, no, in return. What do you want your guests to learn from the experiences? Is there a skill that your tourists can learn in an instant? For example, katulad niya, no, not all people can knows how to plant plants, specifically from seeds. No? This might be an experience that you can teach them. No? You teach them how to plant. No? Then when they learn how to plant, they develop a new skills. The engagement here is they're the one who digs in, put in the seeds. What do you want your guests to learn from the experiences? And this will give interest and they will remember your farm for sure. And then last, you create opportunities for visitors to have fun. Remember, the visitors visit tourism venues because they want to have fun. They don't visit a tourism venue because gusto nila maging malungkot, gusto nilang maging masaya. So create opportunities for guests to smile, laugh, and enjoy themselves. Remember, when guests are entertained, they're not really doing anything but responding to the experiences that you offer. And then if guests are entertained, if they are having a good time, they will want to stay longer or perhaps they want to come back in your farm. So thank you very much. I hope in this short period of time I was able to inject to you how you can start your agri-tourism business. There is a Chinese proverb that says, remember, dream big. You can dream the best agri-tourism venture that you have, but you just have to start small. Start somewhere, and then with your dream, you grow this dream until this dream will become really something big. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much. I hope in this short period of time.
Thank you so much, Sir Ed, for that very inspiring presentation. Of course, all of us would really want to invest in that kind of opportunity. To be honest, sir, someday I also really want to. I also have dreams of having my own like resort or maybe tourism-related establishment that maybe focuses on ecotourism, farm tourism. So hopefully someday matutupad yung dream niyo. And yes, and the presentation. Yes, and you actually gave me a lot of tips like sa manpower, like sa planning, sa resources, and really on the management and operating system for you for an established farm tourism establishment like you have right now. Yeah, so this point of the session, Sir Ed is already done with his presentation. We will go to the question and answer. So Everyone, if you have questions to Sir Ed, please leave a comment or message in the chat boxes. If you are in Facebook, you can leave a message in the comment section. In Zoom, you can message here. Okay. Um, so here is your first question, sir. From Miss Mife Samonte, a student of Master's in Tourism Management. Here is her question. What are the challenges you experienced or encountered when you started to set up the Efrata farm and maintaining it up until today?
Okay, challenges. Well, the first challenge was to make your place really known. That's the challenge, no? Kasi yung place namin is 1 hour away from the city. No one even knows our municipality. Sa totoo lang, no, no one knows our municipality. Ganun kami kalala. So because of social media, it's a good thing that social media started during our inception. So we were able to start well because of marketing in social media. So that's really very difficult. And at the same time, developing your manpower is really difficult. No? Because our manpower comes from our barangay. So we have to develop our manpower in such a way that we would be at par with the services that we offer. Kasi lalo na we have a hotel and restaurant. No? So our hotel and restaurant should be at par with what the other hotels are offering. Hindi naman sanay sa yung housekeeping namin noon. Hindi naman sanay gumamit ng washing machine or dryer, something like that. So you have to teach them. So developing your manpower and retaining your manpower to do the required skills that is needed by your sort is also a challenge. So those basically were our challenges. And also, last, no, marketing our produce initially was a very challenging one. No? Nung nagsimula kami, sige lang kami produce, madami kaming papaya na produce pero wala naman kaming market. So, ang kumakain ng papaya namin baboy kasi nabubulok lang. But then when we found the market, that's the time where we generated income and made our farm tourism venture sustainable. So, I hope I answered your question. And also, last, no, marketing our produce initially was a very challenging one.
Any more
Nung
questions?
nagsimula kami, sige lang kami produce.
We also have some
madami kaming
comments
papaya
here.
na produce pero wala naman kaming market. So, ang kumakain ng papaya namin
There is
baboy.
also, what is a good way and example of handling community-based tourism?
Community-based tourism. Okay. Number one, if you have a community-based tourism, talagang kailangan may leader. Kung walang leader who everyone will follow, mahirap kasi mahirap. It's like a boat having several captains. Mahirap i-drive kung saan papunta yung boat. Kung madaming, dito tayo. We have to have a clear model kung sino, who will drive that boat into a good direction. So, if you have a community-based tourism, having a community-based tourism, pwede din yun, no? As long as clear kung sino, who will function and do what. For example, in a community or in a barangay, you can assign someone or a family, kayo bahala in charge gumawa ng things like this. Or this family, kayo bahala gumawa ng things like this. So, meron kanya-kanya assignment. So, in such a way na when everyone works together as a community, they have one common goal. So, hindi tayo sa buo. So, number one, again, to answer to that question, there must be a good leader or someone to steer the community to a good direction. And then, when we have a good leader to lead the community, the leader should give specific activities or things to do per individual or per family para clear ang designation ng assignment. Alright? They have one common goal.
Alright, sir. Thank you for your answer. Let's go to the next question. We have a question from Mr. Reno de la Cruz of Aklan State University, Banga Campus. The question is, why is agri-tourism important to the economy?
Okay. Why is agritourism important to the economy? Very important, no? Because usually agritourism, it is situated in a rural area, no? Hindi usually sa city. Meaning doon sa mga third-class municipality, like where we belong. And when you do that, when you open a agritourism venue in one area, sabihin natin poorest of the poor, our municipality was once before, our barangay was once before considered as poorest of the poor. Very important, no? Usually agritourism. Okay, poorest of the poor. Okay? So meaning, if you open a business there and you hire the people for your farm around your community, mind you, the economic value of your community will increase. Bakit? Kasi tuwing katapusan or tuwing weekend, may sweldo yan. So when they have money, they have spending power. So when they have spending power, the money in the community revolves, no? Merong pambili ng bigas na ganito, bibili kay farmer to. So hindi lang yung employees ng company or ng farm ang kumikita. Also, the people in the community are also generating income because may spending power na yung yung community. In fact, before, we have a cooperative here, a store. Isa lang yung store sa barangay namin. And now, around outside our farm, you can see many sari-sari stores. Kasi madaming sari-sari store. Kasi pagkatapos yung mga employees namin, when they have their break, they look for a sari-sari store where they can buy skyflakes or soft drinks. We do not offer that. So, there are enterprising people who will open up stores before we have to sell para sa mga employees namin. So, you can see the spending power of the whole barangay goes up. In fact, because of the improvement, because the way we pay our taxes in our municipality, we were considered actually as the best, the number one taxpayer in our municipality. Ang barangay captain namin and barangay kagawads are the highest paid barangay officials in our municipality. So you can see, there is economic improvement in the lives of the people, of the workers of the farm and the people surrounding our farm. Okay? So that's very important, no? Nag-i-improve ang lives ng tao. And then, dati, no, yung barangay namin, it's not cemented. Now, because of the farm, ngayon, sementado na. Ganda. Ganun ang improvement sa aming barangay. So you can see, there is economic improvement.
Thank you, Sir Ed, for your answer.
Of the workers of the farm
Go to
and
the
the
next
people
question.
surrounding the improvement of our farm.
We have a question from Miss Bebelin Bautista.
Nag-i-improve ang lives ng
Her
tao.
question is, as a businessman and owner of the farm, what is your philosophy and guiding principles of your company?
Ngayon, sementado. Alright, very simple, no? Very simple. We believe that this farm, we are just caretakers of this farm, no? We are not the owners of this farm, no? We believe that the Lord is the owner of this farm, and we are just mere caretakers. Kumbaga, anytime the Lord can bless us and the Lord can take this. So that's why when we have a boss, we have our boss. So that's why we don't allow here smoking, gambling. Minsan may nag-offer, okay, we will ask you to have the farm exclusive your resort. Pero dadala kami ng mga beers, ng mga hard drinks because this is the way we party. So we have to say no because this is our principle, no? We do not allow this type of vices in our farm. So regardless kung hindi kami kumita because of this proposal, it's okay. We believe that the Lord can one way or the other give another income for our farm because we believe na kay Lord naman to eh. Hindi niya ilulugi yung business niya. Okay? We are just caretakers. So that is our guiding principle. So that's why this type of vices in our farm. So
Thank you, Sir Ed. Actually, your guiding principle is actually very good. Why? Because without your guiding principles, you would not be in this position right now, and how the success
for our farm
of Efrata Farms, it would not be as grand or popular today. You from simple baby steps when it was established, and right now it continues to grow, and it's because of those guiding principles. Very good. Yes. So thank you, Sir Ed, and that I think that would be in this position right now. And okay, we have a last question, sir. Last question okay. So, sir, during this time of the pandemic, what are the things have you learned in order to sustain the business, and how you encourage your people to stay?
All right. Okay. Very good question. No? Really, the times of the pandemic, talagang this was our testing time. No? We were, as a result, we were asked by the governor to close our doors to people because of the restriction. The good thing about being a farm resort is 50% tourism, 50% farming. So we were still able to gain income because of our farming. But then again, hindi pa rin kasing laki ng income as during the pre-pandemic stage. So this was in fact to the point na sometimes we ask our personnel na resort, sorry, hanggang 3 times a day, 3 times a week lang kayo pwede mag-report because that's the only way that we can sustain the business. If we ask you to stay here every day, 5 times or 6 times a week, baka in the next 3 months magsasarado na tayo, wala na kami pang sweldo sa iyo. So we talk to our personnel, and then they are part of the family, so that's why they also agree. In fact, to the point na sometimes the things that we learned as we were able to learn to live on our means. Ito lang talaga kasya natin. So, let go of their expenses. Other expenses, you have to tighten our belts, no? In fact, kahit yung sweldo ko na-tighten. Konti na lang yung nabawasan yung aking allowance. Okay? To the point na, konting at times, tiis-tiis muna. Kasi ganun talaga eh. Pandemic tayo, no? And then, the things that we learned, no? We were able to, I learned that your business should one way or the other open or to be available to have an online transaction, meaning your products and services, meaning just your products, at least can be accessible online. Ibig sabihin, people can buy your produce online. So napakalaking bagay po na to make your products online. And that's what we are developing now. We are developing our e-commerce store so people can buy our produce, our supplies for hydroponics and other supplies for agriculture production. So those are the things that we learned. So sa ngayon medyo nag-okay kasi nag-open back yung economy, but now again we just learned na alert level 3 na naman sa Iloilo City and even sa province. So, ngayon, Saturday, nakita ko, halos walang tao. Kasi, siguro nagre-restriction na naman yung movement. So, that's the real problem. So, hopefully, this pandemic will be gone this year. So, we can go back to our old selves. So, sa ngayon, medyo
thank you, Sir Ed. So, before we give the certificate to Sir Ed, I will read some comments from our chat, from our messages here in Zoom. We have, thank you so much, Engineer Ed, for answering. There's also a very informative topic. Thank you so much for imparting your good experiences, wherein we can also introduce in our farm resort. And very enlightening discussion, Sir Ed. Thank you for the tips and strategies you imparted. So at this point of the program, let's give the certificate to Sir Ed, Roderick Canuto. From our messages here in Zoom, we have the certificate needs Aklan State University, Ibajay Campus, College of Hospitality and Rural Resource Management Graduate Program. This certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Ed Roderick B. Canuto in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as resource speaker on the topic starting an agri-ecotourism farm during the conduct of the two-day webinar series entitled Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism held on the 8th of January 2022 via Zoom platform, given this 8th day of January 2022. Signed by Miss Emily M. Arangote, SUC President 3. So may I request all the panelists to please turn on their cameras for the photo op with Mr. Ed Canuto. The conduct of the two-day thank you everyone. So in 3, 2, 1, smile. 2022 via Zoom platform. Last one in 3, 2, 1, smile. Signed by Miss. Thank you everyone. Thank you Sir Ed Roderick Canuto for your presentation. We appreciate your time and the knowledge that you have imparted. At this point of the session, let's move on to our next speaker. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll first acknowledge the presence of more schools who are with us here today and also other institutions. Okay, we have National Teachers College. Your presentation. We appreciate your time and Iris Manila Campus. We have Laguna State Polytechnic University, San Pablo City Campus. We also have Trinity Polytechnic College of Novaliches, the Ocean View Resort, New Washington. We also have Taguig City University, Nueva Vizcaya State University, and Trinity Polytechnic College of Novaliches. So thank you for attending our event for today. So to introduce our next speaker this afternoon, let me call Mr. Retchan Kasidsid to introduce our next. We also have Trinity Polytechnic College.
All right, sir. Good afternoon to all our fellow panelists and at the same time to our attendees for this webinar. On behalf of Ms. Christine C. Manzanares, our DOT Regional Director for Western Visayas, she will be represented by her colleague for this webinar. He has been with the Department of Tourism Region 6 for almost 4 years now as Senior Tourism Operations Officer, and currently he is the team leader and at the same time officer in charge of the Department of Tourism Region 6 Boracay Health and Compliance Monitoring Office. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mark Mayo Sinares, our DOT Regional Director for Western Visayas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all guys can hear me loud and clear. To all the panelists, to the group from the Aklan State University Ibajay campus, good afternoon. To all the students, to my fellow colleagues from the government, if naran man dito ngayon sa webinar, good afternoon sa lahat. I'll just be filling in for our RD, Ms. Christine Manzanares. We're very sorry she won't be available for us this afternoon. Anyway, panelists, in the next maybe half an hour, let's just shift muna our attention to Ibajay campus, to a more all the students, to a more colleagues from the government, general sa webinar view of tourism, especially here in Region 6 in Western Visayas. I will be talking briefly about reviving Philippine tourism industry. Anyway, so let's start. Next slide, please. Maybe half an hour. Let's just shift muna our attention to. Okay, so first up, I will be showing yung difference between our tourist arrivals here in Region 6 as well as our losses in terms of tourist receipts due to the pandemic. As we can see po in the presentation, we have a very drastic drop no, in terms of tourist arrivals here in Western Visayas from 2019, that's pre-pandemic, and then compared to 2020. We still haven't gotten yet the final figures for 2021. Yeah, but for 2021, medyo we had a sort of recovery, but still very, very far from what we have achieved from let's say 2017, 2018, and 2019. But yeah, but we're gradually recovering naman. Medyo may slight bump na naman kita na na-encounter just recently because of the surge na naman, because of this Omicron variant na naman. Yeah, but hopefully this won't greatly affect na our economy no, in terms of tourism. We all know naman that tourism is one of the one of the sectors na was greatly hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. So as we can see, our estimated tourist receipts na we lost because of COVID, it's estimated at around 108.49 billion pesos. Just if i-compare natin si 2019 and 2020. 2020 talaga, that was really very difficult for the tourism industry. Nag-umpisa tayo ng lockdown sometime middle of March 2020. And then yeah, we lost 2021, medyo naging okay tayo. Towards the end of 2021, medyo naka-recover tayo. But hopefully, 2022 will be also much better. We're really hoping and praying for a great recovery in terms of tourism this year. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here are the main strategies of the TRRP, of our Tourism Response and Recovery Plan for the Department of Tourism. One is to provide the immediate needs of tourists and stakeholders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Second is to provide fiscal measures to protect jobs and employment. Third is to provide measures to adopt the new normal environment. Fourth is to provide market incentives and support for business and destinations, access domestic and international tourists, and fifth is capacity building and livelihood for industry stakeholders. For the Department of Tourism. Slide, please. One is to provide the immediate needs of tourists and stakeholders. Okay, allow me to just read the National Tourism Development Plan vision. It is to develop a globally competitive, environmentally sustainable, and socially responsible tourism industry that promotes inclusive growth through employment generation and equitable distribution of income, thereby contributing to building a foundation for a high trust society. So ito yung approach natin, ito yung framework natin for the NTDP or 2016 to 2022. It's a cluster approach. It's defined by a logical and spatial framework by linking one or more gateways, interdependence between tourism development areas, and a range of destination offerings. Also, it will be driven by a convergence principle. It will be done through the partnership and cooperation between national government agencies as well as our LGUs, through safety and security, cleanliness, training, legislation, culture of tourism, as well as accommodation, attractions, standards, promotions, and our airports, roads, seaports, and travel facilitation. Next slide, please. Also, it will be driven by a convergence. Okay, so here's the strategic directions for the NTDP. Competitive tourism and inclusive and sustainable tourism, gearing towards safe, fun, and competitive, as well as resilient, inclusive, and sustainable tourism. through strong governance and destination management. Attractions, standards, promotions. Okay, here's the strategic direction number one is to promote fun, safe, and competitive tourism, to accelerate green and safe travel infrastructure and facilitation initiatives, diversify product and provide safe and high quality experience, protect livelihood and enable innovative financing and investments, foster upskilling of human resources and improve service standards, design and implement innovative marketing and promotions programs, and to embrace tourism quality initiatives. Promote fun, safe, and competitive strategic direction number two is to pursue a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable tourism, to upgrade our micro, small, and medium enterprises in the tourism value chain, to ensure access to opportunities and tourism experience for all, build and strengthen capacities of destinations for conservation, climate-smart investments, and to formulate measures to address tourism risks and crises, and to embrace tourism quality initiatives. Strategic direction three is to strengthen governance and destination management. That's to upgrade the destination tourism information infrastructure and to develop and strengthen capacities for local planning and implementation, to ensure access to opportunities and tourism experience for all. So now I'll share with you tourist sentiments in the new normal. First, of course, our tourists right now would opt really to travel closer to home. The farther the distance, medyo strategic direction 3 is cautious na tayo doon. So as much as possible, if we can enjoy lang naman destinations that are closer to our homes, we would really prefer those destinations. Of course, open spaces. Alam naman natin, we are always being constantly reminded of physical distancing. Kung pwede, open air yung mga yung options natin for travel to, to avoid the spread and spread of COVID. Low density facilities and areas. Yeah, we would prefer na medyo hindi siya ganun ka-populated. The less number of people would obviously mean less also yung risk natin. Curated experiences. Mostly ngayon yun yung ating trend or norm, especially here in Boracay. Usually tourists nowadays, before coming into the island, may mga na sila. They already have organized or planned their itineraries, kung ano man yung activities or ano man yung gagawin nila dito. Most of them medyo prepaid na ngayon yung before coming in here, before coming into a certain tourist destination, bayad na yung halimbawa ano man yung activity na gusto nilang i-avail during their actual stay sa destination. So medyo na siya, carefully chosen na siya and planned na yung experiences ngayon na gusto ng tourists natin. And of course, the most important syempre yung health and safety measures. We would really want na yung destination na pupuntahan natin is we are confident na yung risk is very low compared sa ibang destinations. And ito, this has been a challenge, especially for our accommodation establishments and sa mga airlines natin. We have been experiencing this since the onset of the pandemic, yung last minute cancellations natin, yun talaga yung one of the siguro top 3 ngayon na clamor and mga hinanaing ngayon ng mga tourists natin na they would cancel their flights immediately, yun nga, because of ibang destinations. The restrictions of a certain LGU would tighten without prior notice because minsan nagkaka-surge ng cases sa isang lugar. So these are really one of the challenges that the pandemic has brought us now. Hopefully, as I was saying earlier, 2022 will be a lot better compared to 2021 and especially 2020. Immediately, because of next please. Here, I just would like to share yung one of the measures na ginawa of some organizations in partnership with DOT. This is also one of the, for me personally, one of the nicest na naisipan na gawin This is the certification for the safety seal and the WTTC na safe travel stamp. Of course, the accreditation, ano yan, it has been constantly being done by the DOT. With these two, the safety seal and the WTTC, kasi it's more of like building the confidence of our tourists na, we would prefer a destination or an establishment na may, awarded with a safety seal or with a safe travel stamp by the World Travel and Tourism Council. It is, for me, it is very great na naisipan nila itong concept na to. One way of reviving the tourism industry also is we have to gain the confidence of our tourists na this destination is safe, this hotel is safe, mga ganyan. We even receive calls din from tourists na they're saying before mag-book sa isang certain establishment or resort, if awarded sila with the safety seal or with the WTTC. So it's very nice to hear naman po that these two are also being considered by our guests, by our tourists before selecting a certain establishment. We have to gain the confidence of our tourists na this destination. Okay, I'll just give you a quick update of the vaccination of our tourism workers in Region 6. Although medyo hindi pa siya that updated, this is as of December 14 pa po. For the whole region, total vaccinated natin na tourism workers and frontliners sa 87.78%. So medyo may hahabulin pa tayo. Na konti lang naman. It's only around 12% yung hindi pa vaccinated ng mga tourism workers natin. Okay, I'll just give you yun, it's also one way of vaccination one step also, one big step of na DOT is really pushing hard for the whole region, para ma-revive yung ating industry. This is just a picture of the July 7 vaccination kick-off na vaccination rollout for tourism workers here in Boracay. We have in the picture Secretary Bernard Puyat and of course Secretary Vince Dizon and Gov. Jogan Mirafion. It's also one way of vaccination. Ito, for the information of everybody, baka may arapa na hasn't known this, that Boracay is also one of the I'm not sure if how many destinations na all over the Philippines yung award ng World Travel and Tourism Council ng Safe Travel Stamp. So Boracay, I think, is the first, if I'm not mistaken, the first island destination here in the Philippines na award ng WTTC ng Safe Travel Stamp. Ito, for the information of everybody. Ito rin, one of the interventions na ginawa rin ng national government natin, it's a partnership between the Department of Tourism and the Department of Labor and Employment. Yung cash assistance for tourism workers during the time of the pandemic. Ito lang, I'll just share the status. For the whole region, we have granted the financial assistance to around 67,781 workers for a total amount of 338.9 million pesos. It's a partnership between the Department of Tourism and the Department of Labor and Employment. Yung cash assistance. Ito rin, Cares for Travel program. Ito yung sa SB Corp, sa Small Business Corporation. This is a loan assistance program which is also being by the Department of Tourism, being handled by the Department of Tourism. As of December 14, total of 57 applications for a total amount released of 23.64 million pesos na po yung nag-grant for the loan program. For travel program, ito yung sa SB Corp, sa Small Business Corporation. Also, one of the measures na program DOT initiated to somehow revive also our tourism industry is the creation of MICE alliances. So we recently had one in Boracay that was late last year. Itong Zoom meeting na to sa picture is during if I get it right, during the election siguro of the officers for the Boracay MICE Alliance. So we also have one in Iloilo and one in Bataan. Also, one of the measures na trainings conducted in Boracay Island. This is for our tourism frontliners and workers here in the island, just to enhance their skills, in handling tourists, just to enhance their, their expertise. So we have one, two, three, four, seven courses that were conducted from August 23 until December 9. For 2022, may mga nakaline at na rin tayo na trainings, not only for Boracay, no, but also for mainland Aklan and the whole region of Western Visayas. Just to enhance their skills. Also, aside from those trainings, we also conducted, their expertise, the Tourism Product Market Survey, or the TPMS, the market assessment tool for tourist attractions, and the Tourism Enterprise Forum, business indicator for tourism stakeholders. For 2022, may mga nakalaya. Yes, and last November 26, here also in Boracay, we conducted the WTTC Safe Travels Forum. That is with the WTTC head for the Asia and the Pacific, that's Mr. Nigel David. He graced the forum last November 26th at Paradise Garden Resort Hotel. Tourism Enterprise Forum. Also the MICE Connect event last November 13 to 16 in Boracay. Yes, and last November 26 here also in Boracay, we conducted. And also we participated on several travel fairs, both online and on-site. I know LGU Malay is very active in participating sa mga ganitong events, usually being conducted in Metro Manila. But yeah, we also have online events just like this one. Last November 13 to 16 in Boracay. Yes, and okay, we have also launched several DOT campaigns. It's two of them is have a safe trip Pinas and more fun awaits. I know mostly these are campaigns and advocacies to ganitong events revive, to promote again our tourism destinations, not only here in Western Visayas but the whole Philippines, the whole country. Last November 13 to 16 in Boracay. Next, also I'd like to present the domestic tourism programs that we also initiated for kickstarting also our tourism industry after the adverse effect of the pandemic. Mostly these are campaigns and advocacies to for Boracay. We actually launched three products now. First one is this Boracay biking tour program. This will showcase the scenic terrain of the island through two proposed bike circuits, such as sightseeing tour circuit and the endurance biking circuit. Kickstarting also our tourism industry after the. We also have the Boracay food crawl program. It's a tour program characterized by a deconstructed meal where tourists eat one part of the complete menu in each of the participating restaurants until the tourist finishes a complete meal. It showcases both the iconic food of Boracay and the international cuisines that are available in the island. Two proposed. We have the last one. It's the Boracay Wellness Workation Program. It's the development of the work and wellness vacation program offering Boracay Island as the new office space and a wellness retreat destination at the same time. It entails longer tourist stay and sustainable activities in the island. Participating restaurants until the tourist finishes a complete. And for the whole region, we also launched this Western Visayas Sugar Heritage Trail. It aims to develop sugar story itineraries and circuits in the region. There will be an inventory of hacienda houses and sites within tourism-related offerings such as food-related service and experiences. It will also include a feasibility that will look at the restoration, product development, management, and sustainability. Sustainable activities in the island. Please. Also, we have the Fun Farms program. For the whole Region 6, we have over 37 DOT accredited farm sites. This is a continuous effort to enhance and update strategies in farm tourism promotion, as well as build capacity in making farm experiences more impactful and sustainable. We strengthen partnerships in creating new farm tourism products. Product development, management, and sustainable activities. Also, we have the Slow Food Travel Project. This project includes research and resource mapping of agri-ecological and cultural diversity linked to food and identified the communities that protect this heritage. Sorry. It also aims to create public awareness and stakeholders' capacity and identify slow food itineraries. A feasibility study and roadmap to fully develop a slow food travel program was prepared in collaboration with the Slow Food International, Slow Food Community Negros, various LGUs, the Department of Agriculture, GOST Region 6, and the Central Philippine State University. Linked to food and identify the communities. Next, also the development of the Western Visayas Dive Circuit. It profiles dive sites in Western Visayas. It includes also underwater mapping, assessment, data processing, and analysis of coastal and marine habitats, literature for profiling of dive sites, identify existing dive and medical facilities, as well as engagement with LGU and local communities and stakeholders. The Central Philippine State University. And also, we have the development of the interregional products for the Visayas cluster. It aims to develop circuits for motor touring, safari diving, and the Magellan Elcano Rediscovery Route with regions 7 and 8. Coastal and marine habitats. Literature for profiling. I guess that's it. That's my presentation. In behalf once again of our regional director, RDT Mancinares, and the whole DOT Regional Office 6. I would like to thank you all guys for listening. Thank you, and have a great afternoon. For motor touring, safari diving,
for your presentation. The floor is now open for any inquiries, questions.
I guess that's it. That's my
For Sir Mark.
In behalf once again of our regional director, RDT Mancinares.
You may send if you're in Facebook, you may comment down your questions. If you're in Zoom, just don't hesitate to leave a message at the chat box or message section. The floor is now open for any inquiries, questions.
I guess that's it.
For Sir Mark. Before we proceed to the questions, we will provide a slideshow of our sponsors before so that you can prepare your questions for Sir Mark. So that before the Q&A will play right now, our sponsors who participated in this event for us to launch. Yes.
I guess that's it.
For Sir Mark. Before we proceed to the questions, we will provide a slideshow of our sponsors so that we can answer your questions so that we will be
be a successful and so let's go to the question and answer portion for to our speaker, Sir Mark Nulipa of the Department of Tourism, Region 6. So we have a question here from an attendee here in Zoom. The question for Sir Mark: how bad did the COVID-19 affects the tourism industry in shaping our economy? Sponsors, without your
Very bad. I mean, personally, I can say it.
So let's go to the question and
I was here in Boracay when the lockdown started. I can, yeah. Personally, I've experienced and saw how bad really the pandemic affected the tourism industry, especially for LGUs, for municipalities or provinces that greatly rely on tourism, just like the municipality of Malay, no, because of Boracay. I mean, personally, I can say, yeah, parang naging, I was here in Boracay, somehow ghost town yung island, and like before, I can pre-pandemic na personally I've experienced, would always say na ang term natin na hindi mahulugan ng karayong yung island industry. During the lockdown, talagang nag-iba. Tourism workers were laid off. Yung mga ganyan. They have to resort to other means of living, looking for other sources of income. But yeah, before on the flip side of it, I mean, it has taught us a lot of lessons. No, it has taught us how to be resilient, how to be innovative, no, not just to rely on sa mga nakasanayan natin na means of living. Yeah, but hopefully this won't happen again. We've learned a lot of lessons. Yun nga, the tourism industry talaga has been greatly affected. Nakita natin kanina sa estimated na tourist receipts natin na we lost, no, from 2019 and 2020, billions of pesos. So that's how bad the pandemic really affected the tourism industry. Yeah, but hopefully this won't happen again.
Thank you, Sir Mark.
The
next question is, what is the vision of Department of Tourism towards the sustainability of Agri-Ecotourism?
We have been campaigning, the DOT, especially here in Region 6. We have been campaigning talaga, strongly campaigning for the accreditation and the recognition of Agri-Ecotourism here in the region. We would really love to see and to have more farm sites that we will be campaigning and promoting in the future. We have been campaigning agri-tourism, yun yung gustong-gusto ni DOT6 na i-promote or i-campaign kasi well, it's not really a new kind or a new but medyo hindi pa siya kasi fully unlike our island tourist destinations, unlike some of the other beaches, resorts, some of those na medyo kumbaga familiar na yung general population. So yun, we are really pushing for the promotion and the pag-campaign for more agri-ecotourism sites in the Philippines. But medyo
thank you, Sir Mark, for your answer. Next question. On the brighter side, what is the positive impact of the pandemic sa tourism industry po, Sir Mark? If there is any.
I guess meron naman. Just like what I mentioned earlier, no. It has taught us na siguro wag maging reliant sa mga nakasanayan natin. If in case man, hopefully hindi na mangyari nga sabi ko, if in case man that something like this will happen again, hopefully not in the near future. Yun nga, we have learned our lessons. Silver lining nitong pandemic is yun nga, it has taught us to be resourceful, it has taught us to be resilient, to be innovative, yun nga, tayong mga Filipinos naman, we are ano naman din, we are strong, we are really, in terms of siguro when we sa paghanap ng ibang alternatives on how we can go about with our lives. This COVID-19 pandemic has really taught us to be, it has been it has been an eye opener kumbaga para sa atin. To be innovative. Yun nga,
Thank you, Sir Mark, for
tayong
answering
mga
all the
Filipinos naman,
questions.
ano naman
And
eh,
I guess that would be the last
we are strong, we
question
are really,
for this
in
presentation.
terms of siguro,
So in this part,
when we
let's
sa
give
paghanap ng ibang
a certificate
alternatives on how we can go about with our
of
lives.
recognition,
This COVID-19 pandemic has
of
really taught us to
appreciation,
be,
I'm sorry. The certificate reads, Aklan State University, Ibajay Campus, College of Hospitality and Rural Resource Management Graduate Program. This certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Mark Mayo Hodikpa in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as resource speaker on the topic Reviving Philippine Tourism Industry during the conduct of the two-day webinar series entitled Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism held on 8th of January 2022 via Zoom platform given this 8th day of January 2020. This certificate signed by Miss Emily M. Arangote, SUC President 3. Thank you, Sir Mark, and again, may I request all the panelists to please turn on your screens for a photo opportunity with Sir Mark. Of the two-day webinar series entitled Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism. Okay, is everyone held on 8th of January 2020 turned on their screens? Okay. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Last one in 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Mark, for giving your time for us and
Thank
your
you so much.
Yes, and thank you for representing the Department of Tourism Region 6.
Thank you.
Um, Before we proceed to our next part of the program, we would like to acknowledge we have also participants all the way from Pakistan. We have from the University of Sindh, if I can pronounce it correctly, University of Sindh from Pakistan. So welcome
Thank you
to
so much.
our webinar series for sustainable agri-ecotourism. Yes.
Thank you.
Um, Before we proceed to our next part of the program, we would like to acknowledge we have also participants so this part of the program, let's move on to our next speaker. Okay. To introduce our speaker 3, we have Miss Proby Bea S. So welcome
Thank you
to
so much.
our webinar series.
Good afternoon, everyone.
For sustainable
Our next speaker is currently the OIC Director of the Office of Tourism Development Planning, Research and Information Management. His responsibilities include crafting tourism policies, gathering, processing, and analyzing data to measure the tourism industry impact on the economy. He is a graduate of AB Economics and completed his master's in Business Administration with honors at the San Sebastian College. Recolitos, Manila. He likewise finished enterprise planning at the University of the Philippines under the Open University program with the certificate of the highest distinction. He has been with the Department of Tourism, DOT, for more than 25 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Warmer M. Andrada, Master's in Business Administration with honors at the San Sebastian College. Recolitos, Manila.
Okay, wait
He
lang.
likewise finished enterprise planning at the
Anyway,
University of the
to
Philippines
first
under the
to
Open
the
University
SCU
program
President,
with the certificate
Emily
of the highest
Aragonte,
distinction. He has been with
Director
the Department
Arthur
of
Dismondo,
Tourism, DOT, for more than
Professor
25
Jerdy
years.
Paredes,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Dr. Janice Ching,
welcome Mr. Warmer M. Andrada, Master's
Prof.
in Business
Christy Lee,
Administration
and
with
to
honors at the San
everybody
Sebastian
who's
College.
joining this webinar. Maayad, mga hapon.
I'd like first to express our gratitude to the students of the Aklan State University Master in Tourism Management Program for inviting us to this sustainable Agri-Tourism webinar series. On behalf of the Farm Tourism Program, it is truly an honor to be here and be able to share with you the current status of agri-tourism or farm tourism in the Philippines and the program and activities of the Department of Tourism. To start, let me provide you with a general overview of farm tourism in the country, starting with its legal basis. The Public Act 10816, or known as the Farm Tourism Development Act of 2016, is an act providing for the development and promotion of farm tourism in the Philippines, with the Department of Tourism at the forefront. This act recognizes the combining tourism with agriculture can disseminate the value of agriculture in the economic and cultural development of the country and serve as a catalyst for the development of agriculture and fishery communities and provide additional income to farmers, farm workers, and fishers. One of the major provisions of this law is the creation of the Farm Tourism Development Board, which shall be attached to the DOT. The board is created to ensure the attainment of the objective of this act. It is composed of private representation and in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Trade and Industry and Fisheries. The formulation of tourism strategic action plan is also mandated by this law, or what we call this action plan serves as the comprehensive set of programs, projects, and activities for the growth of the farm tourism in the country. Currently, we are in process of finalizing the reformulated Department of Agriculture strategic action plan, and we have presented this to our regional offices and stakeholders and initially met with the board to discuss the contents of the plan. Next slide. Since the passing of RA 10816 in 2016, the rise of farm tourism in the country is seen, as supported by the marked increase in the number of DOT accredited farm tourism sites. As of November 2021, we now have 187 accredited farm tourism camps. The farm tourism sector has great opportunities to this countryside development, particularly with the mainstreaming of smallholder farms in the farm to food to service value chain. In maximizing the benefits from farm tourism, the Philippines must invest in the development of infrastructure and support services that supply the demand of tourists, diversified tourism products, and the farm tourism sector has great opportunities in the context of the new normal. Farm tourism, along with culinary tourism, is identified as two of the niche market for the development and promotion amid the maximizing the benefits. Moreover, the DOT's domestic tourism program featured farm tourism as a high demand nature culture-based tour offering for domestic travelers. This is important to consider since we are looking at domestic tourism as one of our strategies towards recovery. Along with culinary tourism, amendments of the farm tourism standards and the accreditation guidelines for farm tourism camps were also in compliance with the public health safety guidelines, as well as the digital transaction while maintaining quality visitors services during after the pandemic. The reformulated Farm Tourism Strategic Action Plan, which will be discussed later, also includes content that extends to the new normal of travel. The DOT and the Department of Agriculture Joint Memorandum Circular 2020-002 for the rules and regulation governing the accreditation of farm tourism camps was implemented for the related accreditation guidelines, requirements, and procedures for the farm tourism camps. Shown in the screen is just the breakdown of DOT accredited farm tourism camps per region. Department of Agriculture joint memorandum activities and partnership with the different organizations. Now, I would like to discuss the different activities and partnership under our farm tourism program. First is the Kain Na program. This is a food and travel festival held in partnership with Ayala Malls. We are in coordination here with the Office of Product Research and Market Development, as I mentioned earlier. Farm tourism, culinary tourism are two of the niche markets and markets for tourism development and promotion. In general, this activity aims to promote the different cuisines from our region. First is the Kain Na. Then we have our collaboration with the Samahan ng Pangturismo ng Pilipinas, which is the National Association of our farm tourism operators in the country I mentioned earlier. It is currently headed by Ms. Josie Costales from Region 4A, which also sits as one of the members of our Farm Tourism Development Board. We also, in partnership with the Food and Agricultural Organization for the Technical Cooperation Program of the project support to enhancing farm tourism in the Philippines for inclusive rural development. This project aims for the region for strengthening the capacity of public and private stakeholders to set up and implement sustainable farm tourism enterprises. The Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, in coordination with the DOT, spearheaded the project inception workshop on enhancing farm tourism in the Philippines for inclusive rural development. The project aims to advance the agri-tourism sector in the country by strengthening the capacity of farm tourism stakeholders in designing, developing, and operating sustainable farm tourism sites and related enterprises. Organization of the United Nations. We are also partnered with the ASEAN Foundation for the Go Digital ASEAN Agri-Tourism Module for Farm Tourism Operators. The training course project to help advance the micro, small, and medium enterprises in farm tourism sector with the digital skills and tools to harness the benefit of digital marketing, which is why the training specially focus on the Getting Your Business online modules. We conducted 4 batches of training, one for the North Luzon, one for South Luzon, one for Visayas, and one for Mindanao, and was completed by a total of 55 participants. In terms of marketing and promotion, we have our branding campaign in the pipeline, the Future Farms. It's a video campaign in partnership with the Office on Branding and Marketing Communication that will showcase farm tourism destination and product offerings and promote their unique features and products, and was completed by a total of, in order to fully adopt farm tourism as a strategy for the countryside development by promoting tourism activities and sustainable agricultural practices. The Department of Tourism is responsible for administering farm tourism in the country, with DA and DTI as a key partner partner agency. And the Farm Tourism Development Act also mandates the formulation of Farm Tourism Strategic Action Plan, which highlights the program projects and activities for the development of the farm tourism activities. This shall be integrated and be made consistent with the National Tourism Development Plan, and it shall be anchored on a sound campaign for competitive, safe, and responsible tourism in the new Farm Tourism Development Act, the FTSAP, as we call it, envision farm tourism to be globally competitive, environmentally sustainable, and socially responsible industries that promotes inclusive growth, employment generation, and equitable, consistent distribution of income, offers high-quality farm experiences, thereby contributing to the building of a foundation for a high-trust society. It aims to disseminate the value of agriculture and tourism in the economic and cultural development of the country and serve as a catalyst for the development of agriculture and fishery communities and provide additional income for farmers and farm workers and farm experiences. This will all materialize through the attainment of our main objectives of implementing programs to projects for the 7 major strategic themes of the farm tourism industry. And serve as a the FTSAP shall cover the programs and activities under the following strategic themes. First, for investment promotion and financing, farm tourism stakeholders may avail all materialize DOT, the attainment of Small Business Corporation COVID-19 assistance to restart the enterprise under the CARES program for tourism rehabilitation and vitalization of enterprise and activities, we call it the travel program. This program extends loan assistance to micro, small, and medium enterprises from the tourism industry. For market research and information system, this will include conduct research and studies on farm tourism markets and trends enterprise under the CARES program. For accreditation of farm tourism camps, we will conduct information campaign on accreditation and monitoring and evaluate this program extends loan assistance support for product and market development. We will include farm tourism in the marketing and promotion programs of the DOT, tourism promotion boards, the DA, and LGUs. Specific projects as market linkage, digitalization, marketing, and promotional activities on others will be included. For agriculture and fishery research development and extension, we will develop and implement program for the identification and adoption of technology appropriate for farms in the DOT. Institutional and human resource development consists of activities that will capacitate farm tourism workers and operators and industry stakeholders such as enhancement of our farm tourism, education, interagency planning, and capacity research development. Lastly, we have infrastructure support. This entails the inclusion of farm tourism infrastructure projects and transportation programs in annual development plans and priority investment programs of the DPW, H, DOTC, DA, and other infrastructure funds. In addition to this policy formulation advocacy is also one of the key trust strategies of the FTSAP. As mentioned earlier, the creation of the Farm Tourism Board is one of the integral components of Farm Tourism Development Act in order to ensure the attainment of the objectives of the Act, to formulate policies, programs, and plans for the development of farm tourism. In addition to this policy formulation, as I end my presentation, allow me to once again thank the hardworking students of the Master in Tourism Management program, the Plant State University, via campus for making this sustainable tourism webinar possible. Congratulations of the success of this program for the
Thank you,
development of
sir,
farm
for
tourism.
your presentation. The
As I
floor
end
is
my
now
presentation, allow
open
me to once
for
again thank the
questions.
hardworking students of the Master in Tourism
Um,
program,
any
Plant
to
State
Sir
University,
Andrada, Sir
Ibajay
Warner.
campus for making this sustainable agri-tourism
Any
webinar
questions?
possible.
You may,
Congratulations
if you are in Facebook,
success of
just
this
leave
program
your question in the
for the
comment section.
development
If you are
of
in
farm
Zoom,
tourism.
don't hesitate to leave a
As
message
I
at
end
the
my
Q&A
presentation, allow
portion
me
or
to
the
once again
message
thank the
section.
hardworking students of the Master in Tourism
Um,
program,
any
Plant
so
State
we have a
University,
question to
Ibajay campus
Mr.
for
To Sir
making this
Warner.
sustainable agri-tourism
What is
webinar
the vision of the national government
success of
towards
this program.
farm tourism through the next years, sir?
I think it was clearly stated already in my presentation. Vision, no? That's the vision, no? For the next year, no? We want to make the farm tourism
So
work
we have a
to become
question
sustainable,
to
inclusive,
Mr.
and
To Sir
resilient
Warner.
industry, no?
What
And
is
for us
the
to achieve
vision
that,
of the
we have
national
seven key
government
strategic
towards
programs to achieve, no? So,
farm
yun yung
tourism
present ko.
through the
I
next
think
years, sir?
if the question, I understand it, parang because of the pandemic, are you looking at it, what will happen? No? We want to these times of uncertainty, no? Ang pali, and development of the supply side madali. But the market is always the problem. Because of pandemic, hindi wala tayong control sa market. No? Hindi natin alam kung kailan babiyahe ang tao or magkaroon ng mga restriction ng travel. So, yung business operation ng mga farm is what will happen. No? And we only hope that mag-stable, and magkaroon ng immunity herd ng Pilipino. That's why we're focusing more on the domestic travel. And I think yan yung focus na natin. And whatever that we will look into, let's hope na yung business operation stable na yung COVID, we can start traveling. If you look at it in the new normal, stable, based sa AI and study, immunity herd na we conducted the domestic market. I think that's the new product that they're looking at. Focus na natin. Ecotourism, farm tourism, and travel to all open spaces. Ika nga. No? So, mas gusto na ng tao yung pumupunta sila sa open space. So, that's what we look at it. But for now, siyempre, it's hard for us to forecast what lies in the future because of this uncertainty. That's the new product that they're looking at the market. Ecotourism,
Alright,
farm tourism,
sir, thank you
travel
for
to all
answering.
open spaces.
Any more questions? To Sir Warner, just leave a message in the chat. Also, we have sent a link for the evaluation form of this event. Kindly answer. And also, we also provided a link to get your electronic certificate. So just answer the evaluation form also in the link in the chat. Alright, okay, sir, thank you. So, are there any more questions? For Sir Warner, just leave a message in the chat. Also, we have sent again, we would really like to thank Sir Warner for being with us here today despite the very tight schedule. Evaluation form also in the link in the chat. So, okay. So, are there any more questions? So, I guess that isa lang yung question kay Sir Warner. Okay, so at this point of the program, let us give our certificate to Sir Warner Andrade, Director Warner. Very okay, the certificate reads Aklan State University Ibajay Campus, College of Hospitality and Rural Resource Management Graduate Program. This certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Director Warner M. Andrada, In grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as resource speaker on the topic Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism. During the conduct of two-day webinar series entitled Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism held on 8th of January 2022 via Zoom platform, given this 8th day of January 2022, signed by Ms. Emily M. Marangote, our SEC President. Everyone, panelists, please turn on your screens to have a photo opportunity with Director Warner Andrade. Two-day webinar series entitled Sustainable Agri-Ecotourism held on
Everyone
8th of
here
January
now.
2022 via Zoom
Thank
platform,
you.
given this 8th
So
day
in
of January
3, 2,
2022,
1,
signed by
smile.
Ms. Emily M.
Last
Marangote,
one
our
in 3,
SEC
2,
President.
1, smile. Thank you,
Everyone,
Sir
panelists,
Warner.
please
Thank
turn
you
on
for
Thank you,
being
thank you.
to
for
have a
being with
photo
us here
opportunity with
today.
Director Warner during the conduct of two-day webinar series entitled Sustainable
Okay,
Agri-Ecotourism held on
everyone
8th of
here now.
January 2022 via Zoom
Thank
platform.
you.
So before we
So in
proceed to
3,
our
2,
next
1,
part of our
smile.
program, let's want to thank again our
Last one in
sponsors
3,
for
2, 1,
today.
smile. Thank you, Sir Warner. Thank you for
Thank you,
being
thank you.
with us here today.
Before we proceed to our next part of the program, let's want to thank again our sponsors for In behalf of the organizers, thank you, sponsors, for participating in this event. So to formally close our program, let me call on our coordinator of our graduate program. Let us all welcome Dr. Janice H. Ching. Okay. In behalf of the organizers, thank you, sponsors, for participating in this event. So to formally close, yes, ma'am, Ching. Let me call on our coordinator
Fair
of our
to conclude
graduate program. Let
that
us all
this
welcome
webinar
Dr.
series was
Janice
a great
H.
success.
Ching.
It is well-packed activity from the presented topic, content, relevance in today's need,
Okay.
down to eloquent speakers.
In behalf of the organizers,
I am
thank you,
delighted to
sponsors,
say,
for
aside from
participating in
success,
this event.
this
So to formally
activity
close,
is
yes,
a
ma'am,
meaningful one.
Ching. Let me
In behalf
call
of
on
Aklan State
our
University
coordinator
Ibajay
of our
Campus,
graduate
I would
program.
like
Let us
to
all
give my
welcome
sincere
Dr. Janice
gratitude and
H.
appreciation to our It is speakers, well-packed activity who are industry from the practitioners, presented topic, policy makers, content, educators, relevance in today's tourism need, site owners, down to eloquent sustainable speakers. tourism
In behalf of
advocates,
the
and
organizers,
experts in the
sponsors,
respective field.
for
Aside from
participating
success,
in this
to
event.
Mrs.
So to
Cristally
formally
T.
close, yes, ma'am,
Española,
Ching.
head
Let
of
me
Aklan
call
Research
on
Center, to
our
talk about
coordinator of our
sustainable
graduate
tourism
program.
and
Let
research,
us all
give my
welcome
to
Dr.
Honorable
Janice
Philip
H.
Kimpo,
Ching.
Sangguniang Bayan member, LGU Kalibo, who share the role of youth towards sustainable. To Mrs. Lay Ann M. Fernandez, faculty of Cebu Normal University, who brought us sharing in community-based tourism. To Mr. Felix De Los Santos, Chief Tourism Operation Officer, who talk about community, Sangguniang Bayan member, De Los Santos, sorry, who talk about share the role of youth towards sustainable. To Mrs. Lay Ann M. Fernandez, faculty of Cebu Normal University, who brought us sharing in community-based tourism. To Mr. Felix De Los Santos, Chief Tourism Operation Officer. Hello, did you hear me, sir? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
audio is clear.
Okay, Mr. Felix De Los Santos, Chief Operation Officer, will talk about sustaining Boracay amidst closure and pandemic. To Mrs. Richelle C. Cahilig, founder of Aklan Trigger Club, who shared about ecotourism practices and responsibilities. To Honorable J. E. Tejada, Sangguniang Panlalawigan member
Yes,
of
ma'am,
Western District of
your
Aklan,
audio is clear.
who gave us information about governance in local tourism industry. To Mr. Ed Roderick V. Canyoto, General Manager of Ephrata Farm, and is sharing about starting an agri-ecotourism business. To Director Christine C. Mancinares, Regional
Yes,
Director,
ma'am, your
Department of
audio is clear.
Tourism, Iloilo City, represented by Senior Tourism Operation Officer, Mr. Mark Mayo Hodekpa, who enlightened us about reviving Philippine tourism industry. And to Director Warner M. Andrada, OIC, Office of Tourism Development Planning Research and Information Management, who gave us a talk on sustainable agritourism. And of course, we are grateful to our participants coming from different state college and universities, students, tourists, educators, stakeholders, and partners who are present in our two-day webinar. To our beloved University President, Dr. Emily M. Arangote, Campus Director, Sir Arthur Gismondo, our faculty and staff for entire support and encouragement. I would like also to extend my appreciation to the amazing work of the organizers for this first webinar series on sustainable Agri-Ecotourism, organized by Master in Tourism Management students in partnership with Aklan Research Center for Sustainable Tourism, led by Mr. Tanalem S. De Jose, professor of the MTM program, Mrs. Crestaline T. Espanola, Center Head, Aklan Research Center, Miss Aura Grace R. Adap, the overall committee chairperson of this webinar, Ma'am Cassie, our technical expert, and the rest of the student committees for spearheading of this momentous activity. Again, my congratulations to all of you. God bless and remain safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Ching. Okay, and again, I would like to inform everyone that the evaluation form and the form for electronic certificate is now posted. So the organizers will just email you for your electronic certificates. So that ends all our sessions for today. Let me end this activity. Sustainability is a priority. We want to live in a world filled with resources and a beautiful landscape. Travel the world and experience the cultures. Eliminate the carbon footprint and always think if it is better for the environment. Because we only have one world to travel around. In behalf of Masters in Travel Management class, and also to the whole Aklan State University Ibajay campus, thank you everyone. This is Kenneth Ian Billones. Have a great day. And a beautiful landscape. Travel the world and experience the cultures. Eliminate the carbon footprint and always think if it is better for the
Thank
environment.
you.
Because we only have one world to travel around. In behalf of Masters in Travel Management class, and also to the whole Aklan State University Ibajay campus, thank you everyone. This is Kenneth Ian Billones. Have a great day. And a beautiful landscape. Travel the world and experience the cultures. Eliminate the carbon footprint and always think if it is better for the
Thank
environment.
you.
Because we only have one world to travel around. In behalf of Masters in Travel Management class, and also to the whole Aklan State University Ibajay campus, thank you everyone. This is Kenneth Ian.